How many times have you felt like you finally understood Next.js, only for a new version to drop that changes everything? Different caching rules, another new folder, a whole new way to fetch data. It's like every time you try to learn it, they move the finish line. But this time, it's actually worth it, because Next.js 16 might just be the version that finally gets it right. Hello, my name is Ankita and welcome to the Next.js 16 crash course. In this video, we're not just going to walk through what's new, we're going to uncover why Next.js exists, what it's trying to solve, and how to use it the way real-world teams do to build modern, scalable, production-ready apps from start to finish. First, we'll break down the core concepts that define Next.js. You will finally see how server and client components work together, the new cache component system making caching explicit and predictable, partial pre-rendering that bridges the gap between static and dynamic pages, and how server actions eliminate the need for separate API routes altogether. We will explore routing, data fetching, authentication, and caching, everything you need to actually understand the framework. And because you learn best by building and seeing concepts in action, we will use a real modern stack, Next.js 16 and React 19.2 for a stable server-first model that keeps your app fast and secure by default. Drizzle ORM with Neon serverless Postgres database, so we get type-safe SQL and an infinitely scalable database without DevOps overhead. Then we are going to use Zod to build accessible validated forms where your types stay consistent from front-end to back-end. TailwindCSS and Shadcn UI components for beautiful accessible design systems that are fast to ship and easy to customize. Clerk for authentication that just works. With Clerk, we can add secure sign-in sessions and organization support in minutes without having to manage tokens or writing boilerplate code. TypeScript, because static typing is the glue that holds this entire stack together. It prevents subtle runtime bugs and make your IDE your best debugging tool. Each of these tools complement Next.js 16 perfectly. They're modern, type-safe, and built for full-stack development. Every choice here mirrors what production teams use today, so you're not just learning concepts, you are learning industry patterns. By the end of this course, you won't just know how to build a full-stack app, you will actually understand how Next.js 16 works under the hood, how rendering, caching, and data all connect to deliver instant, reliable experiences. And to bring everything together, we will learn by doing. You will apply every concept by building an app called as iBuiltThis, where makers proudly share their products and you can upvote and share what they have built. Because the best way to master Next.js is to build something that you're really proud of. Along the course, I've also prepared a ultimate Next.js cheat sheet. Think of it as a handbook where you will find the entire source code information, all the links and resources I share in the course, alongside the visuals as well. Now, I know we covered a lot, and if you'd like me to slow down and go deeper into all of these complex topics, I have created something that will help you master it step by step. It's called as the Modern Full Stack Next.js course, a complete hands-on journey to everything we just explored and more. This course includes 7+ in-depth modules, and at the end of each one, you will actually ship a production-ready app, a robust authentication system, a real analytics dashboard, a modern e-commerce experience, and so much more. All leading up to a capstone project where you will build and deploy your own AI SaaS application from scratch. So if you're serious about mastering Next.js and want to go beyond in this crash course and truly master it, check out the Modern Full Stack Next.js course. The link is in the description below. And it just got finally updated to the latest version of Next.js. And honestly, it's the most fun way to learn Next.js. You will also get access to my interactive course platform with quizzes, streaks, progress tracking, and a full learning environment built for developers who learn best by doing. Check the link in the description below and grab it before it ends. And yes, before you ask me in comments, I do offer purchase power parity. So depending on the country you are from, you will get purchase power parity pricing. Hey, if you're not ready to take that course just yet, that's totally okay. All right, let's answer the most important question. That is, what is Next.js? Next.js is a React framework built by Vercel that turns your entire front end into a production-ready full-stack application without you having to piece together a dozen libraries. It is, in fact, used by some of the world's biggest companies, such as OpenAI, Nike, Claude AI, Netflix, Notion, Spotify, and so many more. You can see all these different companies and the websites that they have built using Next.js. But the real question is, why use Next.js instead of using plain React? With plain React, you would have to set up routing, data fetching, search engine optimization, performance optimization, image optimization, and deployment all by yourself. Next.js gives you all of these out of the box because it is a framework built on top of React. It automatically handles static, dynamic, and hybrid rendering, and even caches things thanks to cache components and a variety of different data fetching strategies inside of Next.js. You just write React code and everything else happens behind the scenes. That is why it has become the go-to framework for real-world applications. It's fast, predictable, and built for scale. And with Next.js 16, it's taken even a step further. It includes cache components that allows for smarter caching. With TurboPack being the default, it gives us faster builds and overall a better developer experience than ever before. To see all of this in action, we are going to build an app called as iBuiltThis. It is a community platform for creators to showcase what they're building and discover what others have launched. It has a beautiful landing page, and this entire thing is powered by Next.js. When you land on the homepage, you will see the best parts of Next.js in action. Server components with static rendering. Everything here is cached by default and rendered on the server, which makes it load extremely fast and ships almost no JavaScript to the browser. The hero section right here, the different featured cards, the recently launched projects, everything is rendered on the server. In fact, if you click on the specific link, go back to home, the navigation is really instant. Thanks to the link component inside of Next.js that already has some performance optimizations built in. In the explore page, you can explore all the products. We could filter by tags, so we could search for different tags and filter them. You can explore all the products and filter by what is recent, or sort by trending or recently added products. Each product also has its own SEO optimized page that includes all its metadata, product details, titles, subtitle, the tags that have been added, and any of the links that have been submitted, such as when I visit website here, it takes me to this specific website for this specific product. To add your own product, you will need to sign in. Since I'm already signed in, I can see my profile here. Thanks to Clerk. Let's go ahead and sign out. And now you're going to see sign in and sign up options. Let's click on sign up and you'd be able to create your account. Or if you already have an account, you could simply just sign in. What's really cool is that Clerk also gives you this last used sign-in method. Remember exactly the last sign-in method you used for this site. So let's just go ahead and sign in and use my Gmail account. Now Clerk for authentication makes this process really seamless because it's going to handle all the complex parts of authentication such as sign in, sign up, session management, and you don't have to build everything from scratch. And trust me, after building many production-ready apps, authentication is something you need to delegate. We don't want to build things from scratch because there are a lot of compliance and security things you need to deal with. Now, once you're logged in, you would be able to submit a project over here by adding the product name, tagline, description, and so on, along with website URL and tags. So let's go ahead and add a product. So I'm going to add a product called Introduction to React. And here I'm going to say a mini React course that complements Next.js course. And then we can say everything you need to know about React. And here we are going to give the Next.js course as a website URL, because if you sign up for the Next.js course, then you also get Introduction to React as part of it. So here we can say Next.js, React, SaaS, and that's it. Now let's just go ahead and submit the product. You see a submitting status and the product has been submitted successfully. When we do hit submit, it triggers a server action instead of a client-side post request. That means your form data is going to be validated and stored directly on the server securely without needing to set up a separate API route. Now, Next.js also introduces the new caching API with cache components, which we will use to instantly revalidate the project list. So you will see the new project appear on the Explore page in real time without needing to reload or rebuild the app. And that's one of my favorite parts of Next.js, how fast and real time it feels. So if we head to Explore page, we should see a product called Introduction to React. However, we don't see that. And that's because we need to go ahead and approve that. Now, since I have marked myself as the admin of this product, and I will show you everything you need to build an admin page for approving or rejecting products for your applications. We will be using role-based authentication, so only authorized users can manage submissions. This gives us full control over what appears on the platform, and no one will be able to add some random products, and only products that are good and verified. So in this case, we have Introduction to React. And I like this one, so let's just go ahead and hit approve. The product has been approved, and now if we go to Explore page and let's filter by recent, you're going to see Introduction to React appear right here in the Explore page. Now, we didn't need to refresh the page. It was instantly available thanks to the new caching APIs inside of Next.js 16, because every single component and piece on this specific page and throughout this application is cached. Now, again, all of this is possible because Next.js is not just a UI library, it is a full stack framework. React only handles your UI, but with Next.js, you get everything that surrounds your UI. Routing, server rendering, streaming, client transitions, caching, revalidation, SEO, image optimization, metadata management, and all built in. So you don't need to worry about code splitting, bundling, build tooling, or deployment setups. It's all handled for you. Now there's one more feature in this application, which is that since it's a community platform, you would be able to upvote or downvote specific products. More specifically, you would be able to downvote your upvoted product if you don't want to upvote them either. So for example, for developer leader course, that is my course, so I'm just going to go ahead and upvote it. So if I click on it, you can see the same count updated over here as well, and this is a featured product, so it has an additional tagging here. But again, if I don't want to, let's say, upvote ProofyBubble, which is my SaaS product, I can downvote it. And now if I go to ProofyBubble, you should see the new number reflected right away. By default, since we're caching all components, then we are going and revalidating the cache because a mutation has occurred, which is the upvote and download feature. Again, you will learn all of this inside the specific course. So I'm really excited to show you everything that Next.js offers. Let's go ahead and bootstrap our project. First off, we're going to head over to the docs and then proceed to the installation section. Next, let's take a look at how we can create a new Next.js app. The best option for us is to use a tool called as Create Next App. It is a CLI tool that allows us to bootstrap a Next.js application. It gives us a lot of the defaults that we could use and build on top of. You could use any package manager you like, but I'm going to stick to NPM. Next, if you take a look, make sure that before you begin, you meet these system requirements. You have the minimum Node.js version as well as these operating systems and these supported browsers, without which you may run into a bunch of issues, so definitely avoid that. Now, heading back, let's go ahead and copy this command. By adding this suffix --yes allows us to go with whatever defaults the Next.js team recommends, so we're just going to go with that, but I'll walk you through what those defaults are. Now, let's head over to our terminal and create our Next.js app and paste what we copy. As we do, watch what happens. It has created a folder called as my app. We don't want that, so let's just remove this my app. Now, as you can see, it is calling our project my app. We don't want that. We want iBuiltThis app. And let's just say -- yes. And as we do, it's going to install the dependencies as well as the dev dependencies. By default, we're saying yes to TailwindCSS as well as TypeScript. We are going to use ESLint and have a ESLint config Next.js version so that our files are compiled correctly. Now that it installed the dependencies as well as the dev dependencies, let's cd into the directory. And now let's just go ahead and run npm run dev. Now as we do, it has started the Next.js app on the port localhost 3001 because 3000 port is already occupied. So depending on what ports are available, it will point to that. Now, as we do, let's just open this up. And now there you go. Congratulations. We have created our first Next.js application together. Before we dive deeper into the build, let's take a moment to really understand how Next.js works under the hood. Because once you get the architecture, such as routing, rendering, caching, everything else you build just flows more naturally. This foundation is what separates a project that works from one that's truly production ready. So to start off, let's take a look at the routers in Next.js. Next.js has two routers, the pages router and the app router. In this specific crash course, we are going to focus on the app router. And here's why. Because app router is the recommended router by the Next.js team. It has all the latest capabilities such as the server components, client components, partial pre-rendering, and so on. While Pages Router is being supported by many companies still, App Router is the best way to stay up to date with Next.js. In the App Router, every folder in the app directory becomes a route. It uses a file-based routing system. Each folder contains a page.tsx, which renders the UI for that route, and different files mean different things. For example, page.tsx. This will render the UI for that route. For example, if you go to localhost 3000, it in fact points to page.tsx, and that's because it's in the root of the app directory. Similarly, if we go to about and add a page.tsx inside there, so that means there's a new folder called about, and inside that there is a page.tsx, and you could easily just navigate to localhost 3000/about. That is going to render the UI for that specific route. The file system files equals routes. We don't need any configs, no imports. It's just going to work provided we follow the naming convention. The next file is the layout file. Now, for example, layout is what wraps your entire application. This specific root layout has the HTML and body elements, and all the children inside of this means all the routes, such as the about page or the root page that we talked about and so on. This specific layout will wrap your entire application. But layouts are more than just a wrapper. If you want to add a component that needs to be visible in every page inside the application, then you can add them in a layout. For example, let's say this is a web page, and if you want a header as well as a footer to show up in every single page inside of your website, then you could just simply add header and footer component inside the root layout, and it will automatically be visible throughout your application. Now, Next.js also gives you smooth app-like transitions with the link component. So let's say you want to go from this card to another page, and instead of using the browser anchor tags, you could simply use the Next.js link component here. Whenever you hover over that link, Next.js actually prefetches the target route. So when you click on that, the page will load instantly right here. That's why the navigation inside of Next.js feels very native, is because it's doing the heavy lifting. Now I'm going to use Cursor, which is a AI code editor, but feel free to use whatever code editor you may like. One of the most popular ones are VS Code or WebStorm or whatever you like. Now I've opened up the project inside of Cursor. Let's close this AI pane because we won't need it. And now you can see these are all the files and folders that Next.js has bootstrapped for us. we are going to use the Next.js App Router because when you pick the default settings for bootstrapping your Next.js application, you are saying yes to the App Router. Let's go over these files one by one. First off, if you go to the page.tsx, this is the default file in your application. Next.js uses file-based routing system, so you simply create a new file whenever you want to route to it. In this case, whenever you want to expose a route publicly, and you want to tell the Next.js app router that, hey, I want you to expose this specific page, then you can simply create a page.tsx file. Now you can see this is the default page. So let's just go ahead and remove all of this. And now let's say div and h1, and let's just say hello world, or let's just say hello Next.js. Let's remove this unused import because we don't need it. And now if we go back to the application, you're going to see hello Next.js right here. Now, this is the default page. This is the index page. But if you go to the layout file, this is a root layout file for a reason because it has the HTML and body elements. This wraps your entire application. Anything that you add here will be shown in the entire application. So for example, if I say, I want to add a header, but let's say iBuiltThis is going to be here, and as well as a footer with iBuiltThis inc. As we do that, you can see we have iBuiltThis as a header, but also iBuiltThis as a footer. Now, if I go to / a route that does not exist yet, you will see that iBuiltThis is the header. And if you scroll down, iBuiltThis inc is the footer because all the routes now will have a header and a footer simply because we added in layout. SEO, that is search engine optimization, is extremely important. It is the language that we used to tell the browsers what our website is all about. Just like you and I study English, you need to use a language using the Open Graph protocol to tell the websites exactly what the website is all about. And that is simply adding specific tags and using pure HTML. Now, every route defines its own metadata for SEO, specific tags for social sharing, and so on. Simply just add title and description, which will automatically change the title and description inside of the page. The layout file also exposes this metadata tag. This allows you to extend the browser metadata head element and add more information to it simply by changing this. For example, I'm going to say iBuiltThis is the title and the description is a platform for building and sharing your own projects with the world for now. So now, as I do that, go back to home and open up our browser developer tools, and let's take a look at the head element. And you're going to see, if you take a look at the title, it has now changed to iBuiltThis, as well as you could also take a look at this title here. The description with the metadata name description has also been updated. We could also update the favicon as we like as well, because this is the favicon that it points to. But inside of layout or any of the pages, we could simply expose this specific constant metadata, and it's just simply going to work for us. And then we'll be able to update the SEO tags as we like, and we'll talk about SEO a bit later. Next.js layout file also allows us to set up fonts. So this way we could change whatever fonts we like. And it also has this package called as next font, and it has a /Google tag, which allows us to import any Google fonts as well. For instance, if I want a font, let's say Enter, then I could just import that, remove all of this, and now I could just say I want Enter subsets Latin. And right now we have two options with the font. We could just say variable is going to be font Enter, and here we can say enter.variable. Or if we want the font to be applied to the entire application, then you could remove this variable altogether and now simply add enter.classthing. And now the same font will be applicable to the entire application. So for instance, if I go back here, let's inspect element, you're going to now see Enter as the font now versus the other font. Next, we have the globals.css file. This is where Tailwind is in fact set up. Now, we have these different attributes such as the theme attribute, these media elements, so we could pass in the necessary colors and so on, as well as a body tag here. Globals.css is your global file for CSS configuration. We're going to always revisit this file whenever we want to update any styling. We already talked about favicon. This is the favicon that's currently being used, but we could update it to whatever favicon we like by simply dragging and dropping a new favicon in this folder. Next is the public folder. This allows us to expose any public assets that we like. For example, whenever we have any images or specific files that are okay to be accessed publicly, we can simply drag and drop them here. Then we have the git ignore file, which tells Git to ignore all these files and not to check them in. We have ESLint config file, where you could simply add more information for how you want your project to be set up and leave it as is. We have the next config file. A next config file is a TypeScript file, which means if you click on it, you can already see all the different options you could pass in your next config file. Next config file is your Next.js configuration file. So anytime you want to tell Next.js to perform a specific way, you could simply come to next config file and see the different options that are available. And we will be coming here for a few things such as updating URLs for images to tell Next.js that, hey, it's okay to use the specific URL and so on. So at this point, we have the React compiler as true because remember, we said yes to React compiler. So now over here, if we go ahead and look for React compiler, then you can already see the documentation here for it, and you could read more information there as well. Then we have the package.json file, and these are the different scripts in the package.json file, which allows us to run a development server with npm run dev, run a build server with npm run build, start the already built files inside of the build with npm run start, and to lint our project with lint ESLint. We have the post.css config file that Tailwind uses to basically convert Tailwind code into CSS code, and it needs a specific package to convert that. You have the readme file, which includes all the information about how the specific project should be set up as soon as you onboard other developers, as well as a tsconfig.json file, which tells how we should be able to configure TypeScript in our project. Now, these are all the different files and folders inside of Next.js. So now the real magic begins. Server and client components. By default, every single file inside of Next.js is a server component. So if you take a look at this diagram, this entire page is a server component. But what about this add to cart button? This definitely requires the browser, as the user is going to interact with it, and there needs to be some sort of JavaScript that needs to run. Well, in that case, we can mark that specific button as a client component. So by default, everything in Next.js is a server component that's rendered on the server, and then it's going to be streamed to the browser. And client components are only for interactive pieces, things like forms, modals, animation, these buttons that need specific interactivity, and so on. So let's take a look at when things need to be rendered on the server can be server components versus what things need to be client components. By default, in Next.js, all components are server components. They don't re-render. That means whenever you want re-rendering, if you want specific data to change dynamically, then you definitely need to opt into client components. Server components are not included in the browser bundle, which means that you could store your API keys on the server in server components because they won't get exposed to the browser. Server components has something called as the React Server Component Stream, which is a special stream that may look like JSON, but it's a special stream that React uses to basically figure out what needs to be server components rendered on the server versus what needs to be in the client side. And you cannot pass a function as a prop inside of a server component. You cannot also use any browser APIs as well whenever you use server components, because think about it, server components are getting rendered on the server, So they don't have access to the browser, which is why no browser APIs. In order for you to use the client component, you need to use the directive use client. Client components can re-render, which is amazing for interactive applications where you want different interactive pieces, things like modals, forms, animations, and so on. Client components definitely get included in the browser bundle, which is why any expensive library that you are using needs to be extracted out as a separate component. And don't worry, you will learn all of that in a specific course. Any type of lifecycle hooks such as use effect, use state, all of those need the client, that is the browser, because they are part of the re-rendering cycle inside of React, which is why they need to be client components. You cannot have server component as a child of a client component, which we'll take a look at a bit later, but that is also one of the limitations. So you have to always make sure that client components are the leaf node inside of the tree. And browser APIs are allowed inside of client components. So whenever you need to access the window object, perform anything that needs the browser, you could use a client component. So these are the few differences. Now, obviously, we're going to go through all of this in depth inside the course, but this is what you need to know about server and client components. Now, let's talk about data fetching. Next.js has extended the browser fetch API. The Next.js has 3 different types of data fetching: static side generation, incremental static regeneration, and server-side rendering. With static side generation, you could essentially cache your entire data by using a property called as cache force cache. With incremental static regeneration, you could add this property next revalidate and the time. So you could say how long you want this data to be cached. So that means anytime a user makes a request, the first time the user is going to see the stale data, but the next time is going to see the fresh data. Then we have server-side rendering, wherein you don't need any caching. It's going to fetch every single time, and this is for the specific fetch API request. So all of this gives us a flexible rendering spectrum. Static means you can pre-build and cache forever. Dynamic means you could re-render per request. Revalidated means it can be rebuilt periodically. Streaming means you get progressively streamed chunks. So the client components that get shown to the browser are progressively streamed in. Now, we talked about how Next.js uses special file names such as page.tsx whenever we want to expose a public route. The fact that page.tsx is inside the app folder makes this specific page the default page. However, if we go ahead and add a new folder, and let's just call this folder products, and let's add another file called as page.tsx, this means we would be able to route to this specific route, and whatever we add in here will automatically get exposed, the fact that we have called this page.tsx. So now we can just say products, and if we head back, we can say localhost 3001/products, and this time you can see products text has already appeared here. But also notice that iBuiltThis header with iBuiltThis inc footer also there, because we have added header and footer in layout. Alrighty, so that's how named routes work inside of Next.js. But if you want to create dynamic routes, for example, inside of products, if you want to say, hey, I want a dynamic product ID, you would use something called as a box bracket and create a ID here. And inside that, again, we can create a page.tsx file. Now again, we can expose that, and now becomes h1 product. Now, if you want to access this specific ID, then you could just simply add params with ID. However, params is in fact a promise. So in order to access it, we need to await the params. And now, in order to access it, we need to await the params. And this means we need to turn this specific page into a async function. And now we could simply just say product ID. Let's take a look. This time, if I say /product/1, you're going to see product1 or product2 and so on. If I say product Anki, then you're going to see product Anki there, because now it becomes a dynamic route because of the fact that we have used these box bracket with ID inside of it. Now, there's a lot more to routing that we will cover throughout this Next.js crash course, but these are just the basics that we would need to learn a bit more about routing inside of Next.js. But Next.js has another way that you could simply interact with your data and cache it, and which is what Next.js 16 introduced, called as the cache components and partial pre-rendering. First, let's talk about the cache components. If you add the specific property cache components as true inside of next config file, you could essentially cache any of your components at different levels, either at the page level, component level, or at a function level. These let you wrap your entire sections of your UI in a persistent cache boundary. For example, you can cache it as a file level by adding use cache, or at a component level, or at a function level right here. So depending on this directive, use cache, you could cache anything you like inside of Next.js. And partial pre-rendering is huge because cache components, the minute you enable them, you also get partial pre-rendering by default. And this is huge because it allows Next.js to pre-render the static content, and when the dynamic content is ready to be streamed in, it is automatically going to show that to you. For example, the static content showing up, and when the dynamic content is ready here, it's going to show up as well. This is huge because it allows Next.js to pre-render most of the page statically, as you can see over here, but then keeping small parts dynamic like user-specific data, user analytics, counters, and so on. You can think of it as the perfect middle ground between static side generation and server-side rendering. The app is going to load fast but still feel alive. And we'll be using this later for things like real-time updates, which we'll take a look at later, for a counter inside of Next.js. Anytime you want to cache the data, you could add the use cache directive. But anytime you want to mark the data to be partially pre-rendered, then you could wrap it inside a suspense boundary here. So in this specific example, we have cached the page, but we still have this dynamic component data, which we have wrapped around a suspense boundary. And by default, when you use cache components, you automatically get partial pre-rendering. Everything is cached by default, but whenever there's something dynamic, you wrap them in suspense boundaries. And Next.js is also going to throw an error for you to know that. And again, this might seem intimidating, but I want you to have an entire architecture of how Next.js works, and then we can dive deep into our application and build with it. So just like we use server components for fetching the data, you could use server actions for mutating the data. Anytime you want to get data from the server, you could simply access it in server components because again, they're rendered on the server. So might as well get the server data from there. This also allows you to save an additional network round trip, because why try to get the data back and forth when you can just get the data from the server and access it? Whenever you want to mutate data, a simpler, safer way to run backend code directly from your components is by using server actions. So this is an example where we have product actions and we have this directive called as use server. This would mark every single function that gets exported as a server action, which means that it's internally going to expose a HTTP endpoint, and then you would be able to mutate the data. So you don't need to create any API routes. You just need to mark either the function or the file as use server. And let's say we were to create another function inside of this file. That specific function, as long as it's exported, will also be a server action. That means an HTTP endpoint will get automatically exposed. So just mark the function with use server, and you could simply call it from a form or a client component, and that's full stack logic inside your application. So if you take a look at the top, we have server components. We're trying to get the invoices with the get data function here. And then we are simply printing the invoices.len, and this entire component is a server component. However, whenever we want to create a new invoice, then we are using server actions here. So we've simply marked this specific function as a use server with a use server directive, created the invoice in database, and then returned a form. And this specific action becomes a server action, which is amazing. So think of it as, again, server components as fetching data and server actions as mutating data. And if you're enjoying this and want to go even deeper, I have created a full hands-on course called as the Modern Full Stack Next.js course, and I'm already teaching Next.js 16 there. We will be building real-world SaaS applications with authentication, databases, payments, caching, AI integrations, and so much more. You can start watching now at nextjscourse.dev. The link is in the description below. All right, let's keep building. All the components in the app iBuiltThis, in fact, are powered by this amazing library called as Shadcn UI. It is literally the foundation of your design system because it gives you beautifully designed components that you could simply customize, extend, and build on top of. You fully own the code. It's completely open source and you could easily customize it. All these components are accessible and you could tweak it out however you like. So it's awesome. So we are going to use this throughout our application. In fact, I would highly recommend to use Shadcn UI in general for any of the apps that you're building. So let's just head over to the docs, head on to Next.js, and let's go ahead and set it up. Let's copy this command to install Shadcn. It's similar to how the Next.js CLI tool works, wherein it will let you bootstrap Shadcn inside your Next.js project, and then you can simply add whatever components you want over here. I'll show you that in a second. So let's just go ahead and copy this, add to the terminal, and paste it. Let's go ahead and say yes, I would like to install it. And here you can see it's verifying the framework, validating the Tailwind config, which is v4, which colors we want, and so on. And you could pick whatever colors you want. We're just going to go with neutral here. It's going to create this components.json file. It's going to update globals.css and also create a lib/utils file. Let's take a look. First off, if we go to the lib folder, we have this utils file. It uses this package called as Tailwind merge that is very handy whenever you want to merge a bunch of processes together. And then we have the components.json file. You could think of this as a mapper that Shadcn uses internally to figure out exactly what your config is like. For example, what schema is like, and what Tailwind config, where is your global.css located, what are your different aliases, and so on. It also uses this amazing library called as Lucid React, and it has already set that up for us. I in fact use Lucid React in all my projects. It's an amazing library because it gives you all these beautiful icons out of the box, and you could simply import them and it will tree shake it, for example, which means that it is only going to include the icons that you're going to use in the project. Otherwise, it's not going to. You could also download these icons, or you could just copy the JSX code because they also give you React components. We'll take a look at that later, but Shadcn in fact uses Lucid React icons, so it has set that up for us as well. All right, so now that we have this, let's go ahead and get our first component started. For that, let's go ahead and install our first component, and we're just gonna simply get the button component, and you will see how that looks like. Let's go to the terminal and just add the button component using the Shadcn CLI tool. And now it has created a new file called as button.tsx inside of the components folder. So now if we go back here and go to the components folder and go to button.tsx, you're going to see this button file. You completely own the code, and it has a bunch of variants, for example. So on different sizes as well. So you could pick how you want the button to look like, whether you want it to be a default style, destructive, and so on. So here, let's just go ahead and add a button, and let's import it from components UI button. And now let's just say, click me. Or let's just be a little cheeky here and say, subscribe to my channel. If you haven't already, please hit subscribe. All right, so now you can see here, you're gonna get a variant called as outline, but it has a bunch of different props that this button accepts. But first of all, let's just see how this button looks. So refresh the page, and now you're gonna see subscribe to my channel button is right here. However, let's say we want a different variant of the button. We don't want the same for styling. We want a different variant. Then we can say we want it to be destructive. Then let's look at that, and you can see there's a destructive button. If we want it to be a link button, And in that case, it's going to appear like a link and so on. So you could just customize it however you like. At the same time, if you decide that, you know what, I want all the buttons in my project to look exactly the same, then you could just go ahead and change the default variants here, or even add your own variant here as well, because Shadcn makes it customizable. Similarly, you could also pick a different size here as well. So you can say, I want this button to be large. Now let's just remove this link. And now you can see it's a larger button here. But again, make sure to subscribe to my channel because I plan to drop a lot more courses and long videos just like this one. Alrighty. So now we have Shadcn set up. So let's go ahead and start building our homepage. Let's begin by building the landing page. We are going to have an H1, a paragraph tag here. This entire section could be the hero section of the landing page. Then we have this badge, which is going to be a Shadcn UI component called as badge. You have these two buttons. And also, since these three elements are repeated, icon, text with some other text. Same thing here and here as well. We could extract this into a common component. We also have a feature today section where we are using these cards, which are pretty much repeated across our entire application. Also in the explore page here. And we also have the ability to upvote and download as well. We have these three little blue things, which are again the badge component from Shadcn UI. We obviously have the header, but we also have the footer here. Now let's start by building the hero section. First off, let's just copy this and paste it. Let's also add a ampersand, a pause. We're gonna add a ampersand, a pause for any apostrophe here. Same thing here as well. And then we're going to have a p tag, which is essentially this content right here, a community platform text. We're going to have two buttons, share your project as well as explore project. And these buttons are in fact going to be imported from Shadcn UI. And at the end, we're going to have these stat cards. We could extract the data out here, icon, text, and text. But let's focus on that a bit later. We also have this badge component, so we can copy this and add it here. So we can remove this into a span. There we go. Now, let's first of all get the badge component from Shadcn UI. If you go to Shadcn UI component, and if you head over to components, we are going to see a bunch of components here, but the one that we are looking for is the badge component. We just search for badge, and this is how the badge component appears. So let's just head over to the installation section, copy it, and stop the server and paste it. Well, I guess this was a new terminal. So now that we have this, let's restart the server. You don't necessarily need to do that. Now, if we go back here and refresh the page, you're going to see two buttons here, share your project as well as explore projects. Now, in the UI folder, we also have a badge component here. Let's just wrap it up in a badge component right here. There we go. Now you can see we have this badge component here. Refreshing it fixed it. So this is how it looks like. So now if you go to globals or CSS, these are the styles that Shadcn UI set up. Some basic colors for us. However, we would also like to override these styles and set up a theme like this one. So for that, I'm going to just head over and give you the theme. So to get access to this style sheet, definitely should take a look at the link in the description below for downloading the cheat sheet, which has an entire handbook on all the styles, all the links, and everything we're using in this specific crash course. And now you can see that these changes have been applied. So now let's begin styling the page, the hero section. So first off, let's extract this whole thing out into a own component called as the hero section. So in here, we have a folder called as the landing page folder. Let's create it. And here, let's create a new file called as hero section.tsx. And now let's just extract this whole thing out and create a new component here and paste it. We need that wrapper div here, so let's paste it. And also, let's grab these imports here as well. There we go. Let's add the hero section here and import it. You're gonna see we're still back to where we were. Now back to the hero section. This one is gonna be a section semantically. So let's create a section here. And in terms of class name, we're going to have relative, overflow, hidden, bg, linear to b, from backgrounds, via background, and this just adds the different color stops to muted 20, and this just reduces the opacity. Now you can already see there's this nice little background here for the hero section. And now let's talk about the badge. Before we do, let's also create a wrapper div, and this specific wrapper div is already provided in the global search CSS. So if you look for wrapper, you're gonna see wrapper is already here, so you don't have to worry about it. So we can just wrap this entire thing around with the wrapper div. This will give us the padding necessary as well. Now let's also add more padding to the top and to the bottom because it's looking too tight right now. So we can say flex call, item center, justify center. Also, let's give it, in whenever it's larger devices, let's give it a padding vertical of 24, otherwise py12. And also align the text to be center as well. Let's close this div here too. There we go. It's looking way better. Now let's talk about styling the badge. Now we're gonna have a lot of styling here, so we could extract this into a little tiny live badge function. And here we can say exactly this and use live badge here. Simply just extracting it out. There you go. And now this badge is not going to have any background, so we could just use variant outline here, and let's give it a class name because again we want a bit more padding. So we can say px4, py2, mp8, text sm, backdrop blur sm, and that's it. You can already see it's looking so much better. Now let's add another span, and the span is going to be for this element right here, which lets you show this ping animation. And for that, Tailwind does provide us with a utility that we will leverage. But first off, let's create the necessary circle for it. So here we can say you're going to have two things. We are going to have two spans here. One span would be a circle and the other one will also be a circle, so that we could give that animate ping effect. Both of them would be absolute position, inline flex, reach full, w full, and this is where we are going to say rounded full, and bg primary, and opacity is going to be 75. And if we go here, you can already see the ping animation. And the other one is going to be relative positioning, inline flex, rounded full as well, which gives it the round shape, and h2 is going to be h2 and w2. Height and width are going to be h2 and w2. And again, bg primary. There we go. And let's remove this. So since it doesn't have any element, we can just close it right away. Alrighty, and now for this one specifically, for joining thousands of creators, this text, we could also give it a text muted foreground color. There we go. It's looking way better. Now our badge is ready to go. So now we could focus on H1. For H1, we can say text 5XL, small text 6XL, large text 7XL. So that for different breakpoints, the text is going to be bigger and bigger. Tracking is going to be tight, MB6. So you can already see the changes over here. And then it's going to have a max W5XL. This way, it's not too big. It's not too wide. Then you're going to have another class name of text large, SM text XL, text muted foreground, MB10, max W2XL, leading is gonna be relaxed. There we go. Next, let's style the buttons. Obviously, we need to give it some styling so that it's not so tight, right next to each other. So we can say on mobile, it's gonna be column, but on desktop or bigger devices, it's gonna be row. MB is going to be 16, and that's it. And let's wrap it up right here. You can already see it's looking so much better. And this specific button is not necessarily a button, right? If you click on Explore Project, you are seeing that it's more so a link than it is a button. So what we could do is use the variant link, use a property called as child. This allows you to render a link inside a button. So we can, but it still looks like a button. So you can say size is large and class name is going to be text-based px8 and shadow is going to be large. There we go. And since we said it's going to be a child, we still need to render that child. So it's going to have a link component from Next.js and wrap it up. Now, obviously it needs an href. That's what it's complaining about. Here we can say it's going to go to /submit. Similarly, let's copy this whole thing. Explore projects as well, which will go to /explore. Alrighty. But the second button is not going to be exactly the same. So we could just use a different variant here. Now we don't need to use the variant outline. We could use the variant secondary. There we go. Alright. So now you also see that there are these icons here, right? There's an icon here. There's an icon here. So for that, we're going to use the Lucid React icons. So we could simply just use Sparkle's icon and class name is size 5 for the icon. Similarly, for Explore projects as well, we don't need an icon here, but we need an icon after. So we can just say arrow right icon and class name is size 5. There we go. So you can already see it's looking so much better. Now we have the badge, we have the text, we have these elements too. But now you can already see that the font doesn't match to what we have. So we could head to layout and change the font. And the font that I really like is called Outfit. With Next.js fonts, you could just simply use Google Fonts inside of Next.js by using the package next font/Google and simply import the font. The font that you end up using is the only one that's going to be included. Here, we could simply add Outfit and then wrap it with Outfit. This could be Outfit as well. Now, let's use that directly. There we go. You can already see it's looking so much better simply by using a different font. And in order for us to use any font inside of Next.js, you could just simply do outfit.className. And if you have multiple fonts that you want to use, then you could also expose a variable that you could simply use that variable in other places. So you could then say this specific text will have that one variable, but the other text has some other variable. So now that we are in layout, let's also update this to be share your creations, discover, new, launches. And then in terms of description, it's simply, we can just use this. So now you can already see that the title has automatically changed because we updated the metadata. So now going back to our hero section, we already have a lot done, but we still need the stats here, which is the last part of our hero section. So let's create a simple component here called as statscard.tsf. This component will have all the information about the stats card, because then we could have additional styling as hero section is already getting a lot longer. So let's create a stats card, add that to the hero section. So right underneath here, we could just add the stats card. There we go. So now if you go back here, you're going to see the stats card here. Now for stats card, we're going to need three things: the icon, the text, and this other text. So we could just create a constant here called as stats data, which is going to have three elements: an icon, which is going to be referencing the Lucid React icon. So we could say rocket icon. Then it's going to have a value, which is going to be 2.5K plus. And it's also going to have a label, which is going to be projects share. Then we are going to have another element so that we could loop through all of these later and render the stats component. So here we are going to have user icon or users icon, and instead of 2.5K, it's going to be 10K plus. This one is going to have active, creators. Similarly, we're going to have another object here, which is going to be an eye icon. This one is going to be 50K plus, but this time it's going to be monthly visitors. Well, I really hope that all our projects are this successful. All right, so now let's just loop through it. So we can just loop through this item and map through it, give it a key, then spread the rest. Now, as we do here, we need to define that. So here we can say icon is going to be Lucid icon. So here it's going to be icon, value, and label. And then the type for this is going to be icon, which is going to be Lucid icon. And let's remove this. So we could import this from Lucid React. And the value is going to be string, label is going to be string as well. And then we could simply render it. Now we're going to have div within a div, and this div will have a flex, item center, justify center, gap 2. Again, we're rendering all of that over here. But since we're not rendering anything yet, we're not seeing any data. But this is where we'll render the icon from Lucid React. So we cannot declare a React element or a JSX element to be just a lowercase. So we could just give it an alias called as icon. This way, we could just simply use it. And here we can say size 5, text primary, and that's it. 3 icons are rendered. Now we need to give it a p tag, which is going to be text 3 XL, small is going to be text 4 XL, font bold. And what we're going to render here is value. There we go. So we have a div here. And now we're going to have another p tag, which is going to be label. There we go. And this p tag will have a styling of text SM, text muted, foreground. There it is. You still need to give it some sort of a grid. So we could say grid calls 1, but small onwards, it's going to be grid calls 3, gap 8, small onwards, it's going to be gap 12, max W2XL, W full, and so on. The render the stats card. There we go. It's looking so much better now. But stats card also has this border, which only the second element has. So we could just introduce a has border equals true. This automatically gets passed since we are passing it in. But we just define it and make it optional. The fact that this is a Boolean value, has border will always be false. And over here in this div, we could use the cn function from Shadcn UI that allows us to merge a bunch of Tailwind styles. This is how it's going to work. We can say space y2 is going to be the default style, but we could also just pass in comma and any condition that we want. So we can say if it has border, then it's going to have a border X, which is border horizontal. And then this is going to be the color of it. That's it. That's all we need. And our hero section is ready to go. Now, let's go ahead and build the featured section. Next, it's time to build our featured section. So this specific section has a similar title to this one. It has the same design. Icon, text, some description, icon, text, description. So you can already see we could extract it out into a common element, but it also uses these cards. If we go here and look for car, that's exactly what we need to render that specific card, so we don't have to build anything. So let's copy it, let's stop the server, add the card, and let's restart the server. That's it. Let's close all of this. And now let's go to page, and here let's create a new component called as our featured products. And for now, let's just move this inside featured products.tsx. Create the component, import it, and so on. Go back to the page, we have featured products rendered right there. Now, when it comes to featured products, this is going to be a section, and I have it, I have a class name here, by20, bg muted 20, for example. I guess we have to change the background color of this one, but we'll tweak that in a second. And then we also need a wrapper div like we did in the other cases. So we have a wrapper div here. Now we need a div for the top section, which is gonna be item center. This entire section here is gonna be flex item center justified between MB8, and let's wrap that up entirely. Then we need to build the icon, the text, the description. So let's add that. Like I said, this is gonna be a section header, so we could create a common folder here and move all the common components there. Here we can say section header.tsx. This is gonna have, keep it simple. Let's return it for now. And this is gonna be a section header. And don't worry, we have not worked on the styling for that yet, but we will. So title is gonna be featured today. So now in the section header, let's see. So first off, this is not gonna be any of the flex elements, but we can just do be MB12. You're gonna have a title for sure, but it's gonna be an H2, not an H1. We're gonna have another div, which is gonna be flex item center gap 2 and MB3. Wrap that up around the title. On top of this, we're gonna have a icon. Again, same idea like we did in the other case, the stats card. We are gonna pass the icon here. So here, you're gonna say it's gonna be an icon like the star icon, for example. We're also gonna pass the description here as well, which is gonna be top picks from our community this week. So now let's render the icon, which is gonna be size 6, text, primary. Wrap that up. The icon is not necessarily created yet, so we just need to declare it. So here we can say icon is gonna be icon like we did earlier, and this is gonna be an import from Lucid React. And then you're gonna have a description here. Also, description is gonna be a string here. And then the next step is gonna have a p tag with description. And this text is gonna be large. There we go. So you can see that H2 needs to be styled. It's gonna have text 3XL, fonts bold. There we go. And now we have the section ready to go, which is exactly like this. But we also have a button here, so we need to add that next. So now right underneath here, let's add a button. And this button is gonna be called View All. So let's that, and let's fix the import to be component. There we go. Otherwise, it renders all the way to the bottom. All right. Same idea for view all as well. We're gonna need the variant to be an outline with a link component. For example, it's gonna have a asChild attribute. Class name is gonna be hidden by default. Otherwise, it's gonna be flex. Now, href is gonna be /explore. Similarly, we're gonna give it a arrow right icon. There we go. And then size of that is gonna be 4. Look at that. So now you can see that you can actually click on it and it goes to /explore. That page doesn't exist yet, but we have linked it up. Alrighty. So now let's take a look at these cards itself, because we want to feature the different products, because that's what this platform does. It features a bunch of products here. And even though the beta for these products will come a bit later as we connect it to our database, the actual card can be created now. This way later on it will be very easy for us. So let's give it a grid wrapper. And this grid wrapper is already defined inside globals.css. So if you take a look, it's literally this calls 1, otherwise calls 2, and gap 6. Now let's go ahead and create a featured product. So featured products don't exist right now, but we'll map them and create them. So it will be something like a card. Now product card doesn't exist yet, but we'll create it. But it will have a key of product.id and we'll pass in the product as well. Now none of this exists yet, but this is the idea. This is what we're trying to get to. So let's create some featured products here. Now, featured products is gonna have a ID. It's gonna have the name of the product. So how about we just use products? So you can say parity get tool for creating parity products, and there's no image, but there is some sort of a website URL, but I guess like a link, just gonna go externally. However, in this case, we don't want to go anywhere. We just want to go to the actual page. So we don't need to worry about this one. And then we can say it's gonna have a bunch of tags, which is gonna be SaaS. And this is what they need to create when they add the product. And then you can say global, for instance. It will also have some count. Right now, we can just say votes is gonna be, and whether it's featured or not, let's just say true. And let's create another product here, which is gonna be my Next.js course. So let's call this Modern Full Stack Next.js course, which brings me to the point. If you wanna go beyond what I'm teaching you in this crash course, then definitely check out nextjscourse.dev and learn to build production very full stack apps, Next.js. For this one, it's gonna have Next.js, and let's just give it full stack. Let's also give it course. The words for that is gonna be 124, and this is not a featured product, so we don't need to add it. Or we could just say is featured is false. There we go. So now here we are going to loop through them. This is the product itself, and this is gonna be the card. We have not created a product card, but we could easily do that now. Instead of it belonging to the landing page, we are gonna have products all over. So let's create another component called as another folder called as products, and inside that, let's create a product card. This card, instead of calling this featured product card, and you have the product card, let's go ahead and add it. Let's not add anything else. Let's just simply add a product card, which will be a card. For now, let it return something empty. So we are going to map through the list of products and then call the product card, which is gonna be imported. Again, this can be from add components. It will take a product prop. Right now it's giving an error because no props are set up yet, but you get the idea. So now nothing is set up here, but if we go ahead and create a prop here and create a type here, is gonna be a type interface, something like this. Then we could just simply add a div and say product.name. And now you can see Parity Kit and Modern Full Stack Next.js course have displayed here, which are the featured products. Now for the product card, we are going to use the Shadcn UI card component, and that product card is going to be linked to another page. So when you click on it, it goes to /product/ the name of the product. So let's use the link component, go to product.product.id, and then let's use the card component from Shadcn UI, and let's import that. Again, all of this can be simply imported, but we also need a card header, a card title, then we also need a description of the card, and also a card footer, which will have all the badges. So we could simply just add all of these here. So let's add a card header first. Card header will have a card title, to have a card description, for example. So you can see how it's rendering here. Under card title, then we're also gonna have a badge, which if it is featured, so dot featured, then it's gonna have a badge here from Shadcn UI as well. This badge doesn't need to be an outline. It's gonna be the default variant itself, just something like this. We still need to add the layout styling, but let's just add the structure here. We have the description. Then under the card header, we are going to have a card footer, which will have a bunch of tags. Those tags are essentially an array of strings. So we could say product.tags.map and render a bunch of badges here. Now again, we can give it a gap of 2, and that's it. It's looking really nice. Now again, this variant could be outline, but also it could be secondary. There we go. All right, so now our card, as you can see, it was that easy. It's ready to go. It's already set up, as you can see here. But now we need to give it a bit more styling. There is no description here for our card. So let's see. we have a description. The description does appear. You just need to style it. So now for the card itself, let's say I'm gonna give it a group card hover. Hover is gonna be BG primary foreground /10 border solid and border gray 400. Then we're gonna have the card header, which is gonna be as is, but we want the badge to be to the right, right? So we need to align that. So we need to give a flex item start gap of 4 and then wrap that under here. Description needs to be outside and distance. And then we're gonna have a card title, which is gonna be text large. Group hover is gonna be text primary and transition color. And we need to give it another div wherein we need to say this is gonna be flex1 min w0, gonna be right above this. So we're gonna have this to be the gap 4, then min w0 is gonna be here, but we need another one to wrap the card titles because we need a gap there as well. So we could assign a gap 2 there. So let's wrap that div right here. Move this description right underneath and close the div. There we go. Now you can see featured is right there. So this is where the voting button is gonna be. We can add a comment here. There we go. And we also need a star icon next to the badge, which is gonna have a gap 1 BG primary and text primary foreground. And then you're gonna have a star icon with class name. Size is gonna be 3 and fill is gonna be current. Let's close this. There we go. So now we know this is featured. Now we could also give it a min height of 220 pixels. So it's always the same height, for example. Or let's give it 120 pixel, 180 pixel, and so on. And this one could be flex 1. This way it takes up the entire container and then badges are always at the bottom. There we go. Now we have these voting buttons, which we'll work on later because it is its own functionality altogether. For now, we've just added a placeholder here. We could just simply add a class name of flex call, item center, gap 1, string 0, and wrap the div. And here we could just add a ghost button. This way we could add a icon and use that. Size is gonna be icon small. The class name is gonna be H8, W8, text primary, and then hover is gonna be BG primary /20. Close it, and this is where we're gonna add a chevron up icon. There we go. Button is not imported yet, but let's import that. Icon is not imported, let's import that. You can already see the icon here that appeared. It's gonna be slightly bigger, for example. Then we're gonna have a span, which will have the actual vote count. So let's just say 10 for now. This one, let's style it to SM. Font is gonna be semi-bold, transition, colors, and text foreground. If they have voted, we need to change the colors, but we could work on that a bit later. Similarly, let's copy this and add the icon here as well. But this time we need to use a different icon here because it's no longer be up icon, it's gonna be in fact down icon. Same idea, size is gonna be 5, text primary, and then hover is gonna be text destructive. There we go. So this is the voted one, for example. If they have not voted, then it's going to be a different style. So if we create a has voted dummy constant here, so we can say has voted is false, and then accordingly style it. So right here, let's wrap it up and give it a CN, which allows us to merge a bunch of styles. And here we can say if they have voted, then it's gonna be a specific styling, so something like that. It's gonna be yes or no. So if they have voted, then hover is gonna be text destructive, but if they have not voted, then opacity is gonna be 50 and cursor will not be allowed. Similarly over here as well, if they again give it a empty tag for now, and then let's style it. And this one will be wrap with CN as well. There we go. So again, if they have voted, then it's going to be BG primary 10. It's going to be text primary. However, it's going to be regular text is going to be BG primary 10. However, it's going to be BG primary 20, for example. So you can already see, right? Otherwise, it's going to be hover BG primary 10. And hover is going to be text primary. There we go. So we're just simply styling these elements, right? So we can say if it's true, then what happens, if it's not true, what happens, and so on. So a card has basically been styled here. So our product content, product card is looking really good. Now next is the bottommost recently launched section, which is going to be the most straightforward one because it will be very similar. It will be recently launched products, or it could just be all products. Let's go to landing page. And let's create a recently launched products.tsx to import it. But first, for that, we need to create a simple component. Go ahead and import that as well. And in recently launched products, again, the same idea, right? We have a rocket icon or text and so on. And at the same time, we have a different background color as well. We're not rendering anything here yet, but we can. And this one, we don't need to change the background. We can just keep it as is. There is wrapper and section header is gonna be recently launched. It's gonna have rocket icon, the most recently launched products, or like we say here, discover the latest products from our community. So we can just paste it. Now, inside our featured products, we can just copy the same thing, go to recently launched and paste it. And then let's just call this recently launched products. And again, it's going to be the same idea that we had in featured products. Copy this, move here under the section header. Let's paste it, import it, say recently launched products, and so on. Now you can see we have recently launched products here too. But if there are no products, we also need an empty state just like this one. So for that, let's create a new component called as empty state. And we could simply use this empty state component wherever we like, for example. So now we can say if recently launched products dot length is greater than 0, then we want to render this grid wrapper, for example. Otherwise, we want to render empty state. Comes from empty state component that we just created, just like that. So now if we turn this into an empty array, then you can see no products found got displayed. But obviously we need to change the messaging there. So we can say message is gonna be no products launched in the last week. Check back soon for new launches. There we go. And then the icon is also going to be the calendar icon. There we go. But this specific component doesn't take that, so we could update that. Same idea. Import it from Lucid React, give it a message, and then add the icon. So now if there is an icon, we display it. So icon is optional. We don't want to give it an icon when we don't need it. And this one, the size is going to be 12. It's going to be text, muted foreground, flash 50, MX is going to be auto, and MB4. That in this case, it's going to be text large and text muted foreground as well. Very nice. For the section header, we definitely need some spacing at the bottom. We could just give space by 8. So now you can see we have a bit more spacing, or maybe space by 12. There we go. Now we have a bit more spacing between the elements. So it's looking really nice. So our landing page is pretty much good to go. And look at the header. It has this nice glass morphism type of header, right? And then the footer is just a basic footer. So we're not going to focus too much on the footer, to be honest, but we're definitely going to work on making the header look really good. So if we go to the layout, this is where we are wrapping our entire application with header as well as footer. So let's begin by styling it. First off, we need to extract both of these into the common folder because that's where our header and footer should live because it's common. So here we could say header, import header from header, right? And then same thing, paste it in here. I built this. There we go. You still see I built this. Same idea for the footer as well. And let's also create a footer.tsx and import footer too. Now, header. Let's focus on that first. Header has the header element, 2 links, sign in and sign up buttons. And this would help us because as we transition into adding auth next, it's going to be a lot seamless for us. Just add these links here right away. So let's go ahead and add the logo. Now, it's a very simple logo. It has a sparkles icon with a background and some text here. So what we could do is extract it here and say const logo equals logo, right? And then get the link component from Next.js and use logo here. A logo routes to the root. Let's give it a flex item center, get 2, and make it a group because anything inside it needs to be a group if you want it. Now let's give it a sparkles icon, but this specific sparkle icon also has some background, so let's also give that a div. And let's wrap this up and let's add a sparkles icon here. We can see the sparkles icon appear too. Now iBuiltThis should be outside of this. This is just the div for the icon, and here we could say size is gonna be 8, rounded, large, BG, primary, flex, item center, justify center. There we go. Now for the icon itself, let's change the size as well as the color. So let's make it lighter. Now for iBuiltThis, let's give it a span. Because what we do is something fun here, right? Like black text, pink, and black. So that's what we need to do. So let's wrap it up in a span. Here we could say it's gonna be Excel, font, bold, but the pink color text is gonna be around bid. So it's gonna be text primary. Look at that. It's already looking way better. All right. So now we have the header added. Let's make the header sticky. It's not working out right now because we have to add more elements. But whenever we scroll here, we want this header to be sticky. We want it to stick. So let's give it a top 0, Z50. Border B because it also has this nice underline here, right? And we need to give it a background /95 backdrop blur, supports drop filter. Then it's gonna have a BG background 60. There we go. So now you can already see that nice little glass morphism. Backdrop blur gives that to us. Similarly, we need padding, so let's add a wrapper around it like we usually do and give it more of a padding. Let's also give it a height as well. So right underneath it, let's say flex H16. Let's close this, otherwise it's breaking. Now let's give items, it's gonna be center, justify between, because we want the logo on one end, but then we want the nav to be on the other end. And the nav is going to be flex, item center, gap 1. And then it's going to have 2 links. It's going to have link number 1, just going to be pointing to home, and then explore. A home icon with a class name of size 4. Beside that, we are also going to have a label. Gonna be label, or let's just say it's gonna be called home. So now for the link component itself, we definitely need a gap, right? But we also need padding around everything. So exempt, font is gonna be medium, text is gonna be muted foreground, hover is gonna be text foreground and transition colors, and then on hover it's gonna be BG muted /50. So when you hover over it, it shows this muted color. All right. So now we have a nice little link, but we need another link, which is going to be exact same thing, but now this time we are going to have slash. This is gonna be explore, and since we are explorers, let's give it a compass icon, for example. There we go. So now you can see we have home, we have explore, and because this is justified between, we can add another element, which is going to be our sign in and sign up links. See here, we can give it a div to be flex, item center, gap is going to be 3. And here, we could give it a button. Size could be similar. As child, because again, they are going to be links and going to be redirected to slash sign in versus slash sign up or whatever. So we could just give it slash is as child. Link component, href is going to be slash submit. And again, this is not something that is visible right now, but it will be because we only want to show it if it's signed in. So we can say submit project over here. There we go. Over here, we could give it a sparkles icon. Next, it's looking very good. For which the size is going to be 4. Good. Similarly, we're going to have 2 buttons. One is going to be a sign in button, which is going to be a variant of ghost sign in. And then we're going to have a sign up button as well. So we'll have sign in button, sign up button. This one doesn't need to be a ghost. So we have home, explore, and so on. So if I go ahead and sign in here, for example, you can see this is how it's going to look like. But notice one thing, we don't have auth, that is clerk, added yet, which is why we are seeing sign in and sign up. Now, ideally, when you are signed in, you won't be seeing sign in, sign up. You'll be seeing a user button. Ideally, when you're signed in, you're not going to see all 3 of them. You're only going to see submit project and this user icon. So again, let's give it a constant because we have not implemented yet. Is signed in is equal to false. If is signed in is equal to false, if it's signed in, then show this. Otherwise, show these other items. Example, there we go. You're not signed in. But let's say we are signed in. Then only submit project gets shown. So this way we have a lot more room. Lastly, our nav should not end here. It in fact ends right here. And there we go. Now these 2 links are also centered, just like this one. And once we implement clerk, then you're going to have a user button as well, right next to submit project. So you can think of this as a button, which is variant. Let's see, a ghost. This will be a user icon here. So you can imagine that. Let's wrap this in an empty fragment. And this one is going to be a ghost. And then this will be a user icon, just like that. So this icon will be replaced with clerk user a bit later. Alrighty, so our header is looking really nice. Now for the footer, we're going to keep things very simple. You can check the code of the footer and implement it, but footer is something we are not going to worry about. You're just going to give it some spacing here and again give it a wrapper div so that it looks decent, because footer is something that you need to worry about, and just like this. So footer is looking good already. You can add your necessary links here and look at the code in the cheat sheet to see how footer is implemented. Let's talk about authentication and add that to our project, iBuildThis. We'll be using Clerk as a complete user management solution, and it is more than just authentication. If we talk about just authentication, it can get really complex if you're trying to manage all the users, making sure you're securing their data, following the different compliance rules, managing their Zod tokens, and all of this can get really complicated. Not to mention, you also have to grow your application, onboard new users, and also focus on building new features. That's a lot of work already. If you can delegate the user management part to a solution like Clerk, I personally love that. And that's exactly what I've done for my courses as well. I'm in fact using Clerk on my platform, Next.js course.dev. In fact, I try to use Clerk wherever possible. Even on any of the SaaS apps that I have shipped as well, I always go for Clerk. And here's why. Clerk gives you a full stack auth and user management. You can truly launch faster, feel easier, and stay focused on building your business. And they truly mean that. And here's how. There are a few ways you can think of Clerk and what makes them awesome. First off, you have all these different components that you could simply use. For example, a sign-up modal, a sign-in modal, user button, user profile. All of this is already available for you, so you don't have to worry about this. Users can manage their own account information as well. At the same time, not so recently, they shipped a feature for waitlist, and I cannot wait to try this specific feature out because you can now add a waitlist whenever you're trying to launch a product. If you want to even validate an idea, just slap a waitlist and see if people would be interested for it. Then you have organizations. Whenever you are more than one person trying to create new organization projects, organizations are an amazing feature. You could invite other folks to the organization, manage settings, even your billing, and new memberships and invitations as well as part of organization. So you could create organization just like this. There's an organization switcher component, organization profile, organization list, and so on as well. Organizations are very powerful, which is why we will be using organizations feature from Clerk as well. Whenever anyone wants to add a new product, iBuiltThis platform, we would automatically create an organization for them. This way they could invite other users who could manage their products and so on as well. In fact, I have created an organization where the user and no one else except me would be able to go to the admin portal, because on the admin panel, I would be able to approve or delete products as well, whatever product I build this platform. No one else would be able to do so. So organization is quite powerful, especially when it works hand in hand with user management as well. Lastly, we have billing. Now, this is one of the most powerful features that any auth platform can implement. Because one, you get this handy little pricing table. So you could focus on just updating this list of information that your product provides, but it's going to manage all the subscriptions for you, help manage users, because Clerk already has the users. So upgrading their profile from free plan to pro plan, starting a 14-day free trial, billing monthly versus annually, the entire pricing feature, you could just use billing from Clerk and you don't have to do anything additional on top of that. Plus, you can only imagine if you're using Stripe, you know how complex the APIs can get. It is honestly a really solid solution whenever we are going to use the pricing table. Now, I'm planning to create more applications on my channel. These build and deploy videos are amazing and they truly help you understand how real-world applications work. I am planning to create more apps just like this, but we will be using the pricing table as well because I'm really incredibly excited for how it all works together. So without further ado, let's add Clerk to our application. So let's just go ahead and go to sign in and make sure to sign up and create an account. And truly, they are also using Clerk, which is so meta. So make sure you create an account. Once you do, you could go and sign in. I'm just going to simply go ahead and sign in. As we do, as you can see here, I have so many different applications here that use Clerk. So I'm definitely a fan here, but let's just go ahead and create a brand new application together. This is where you need to name it. And this is the application name, which will be showed to a user. So let's call this iBuiltThis app, or let's say platform. We can enable whatever features we want here. For example, how we want our users to sign in. These are all the different sign-in options. Let's just pick email and Google for now, but you could pick whatever options you want here and configure it. Let's just go ahead and create our application. It was as simple as that. Now, these are the different steps we need to take to integrate Clerk in our application. So let's do that. So first off, let's go ahead and install Clerk. So let's go to our terminal. Stop the server and paste and install the Clerk Next.js module. Let's restart the server. And now let's just go ahead and copy these two environment variables. One is a publishable key and the other one is a secret key. These are basically API keys from Clerk that identify our application. And inside of Next.js, we have a concept of environment variables. Anytime you have anything private and secure, always store them in environment variables, for instance. And if you use the .local prefix, then this is a local file. Versus if you want a production environment, then you could just simply use .env file. Let's just paste what we copied. All right, next step is creating a proxy file. Now, this is a new update inside of Next.js 16. You may remember middleware.ts in older versions. It is now instead renamed to proxy. And this is essentially the entry point of our application. Anytime, whenever you route to anything inside of Next.js, it's first going to hit proxy, and then proxy will navigate and redirect the user. Now, proxy is where we would configure the Clerk middleware. So anytime request comes in, it's first going to go to Clerk middleware, and then it's going to get forwarded to our application. This is going to be the Clerk middleware, and this is going to be our app. Now, Clerk is then going to decide whether it is going to go to, or let's say /signup or whatever we ask the Clerk middleware to take. So going back, let's copy this and create a new file called as proxy.ts and paste what we copied. Let's restart our server and let's copy this Clerk provider. This Clerk provider is going to wrap our entire application. So first off, let's just go to app layout, and this is where we want to wrap it. If you notice over here, these are all the different items, and this is where the Clerk provider goes. And these are the different buttons. So let's just copy the Clerk provider, wrap it right here. So let's wrap Clerk provider here. Clerk provider, in fact, is an import from Clerk/Next.js. Now let's refresh the page. And in order for you to see if the Clerk implementation even works, the best way is to update our header component. Remember, we added these placeholders that we have sign in and sign up. Let's just go ahead and create a sign in component from Clerk. And let's also take a sign up component from Clerk as well. We can remove this button text. Now let's just refresh the page. And if you notice, is signed in is a constant that we set. Let's just go ahead and set to false. As we do, you can see this modal that appears right here, which is the Clerk modal for sign in and sign up modules. That's not exactly what we want, so let's just copy these items. We want sign in button and sign up button. So if it's signed out, then do this, otherwise signed in, then throw the user button. So let's move this and add it here. So we can just add this experience. Again, let's import all of this from Clerk, and so on. And now if it's signed in, we want to show these things as well. So if it's signed in, along with the user button, let's show these items. Otherwise, we just want to show signed out experience, which is these two. Alrighty. So now you can see, if you click on sign up, it takes us to the Clerk modal. If we go back and click on sign in, it takes us to a sign in modal. Now, if it's sign in, then we do show a user button from Clerk. So let's just go ahead, sign in and use my sign in email. Let's see what happens. Let's verify that I'm a human. And there we go. You can see my user profile right here. And this is the exact same email that I use. Now we don't need this dummy button that we added because now we have a user button, so we could remove that. And now you can see submit project is in fact shown, whereas earlier it wasn't. So if I click on sign out, we're back to sign in and sign up. Now we don't necessarily need any customizations. However, if you want to customize how your sign up button looks like, you could easily do that as well. Now if we go to the app, this is how we show sign up button. So let's just use button here. There we go. Our sign up button is looking great. And so is our sign in button as well. Perfect. So Clerk has officially been implemented. There's one more step that we need to do, which is that if we now go to users, you're going to see my user information. And this is quite powerful because if I click on it, we could replace the user's image, update their information, add additional email addresses, add specific metadata, and so on, and just know overall when did they last sign in and so on. If you want to see how many users are signing in, or just manage your users, you could simply go here. You could also just create a new user or invite a new user as well, because complete user management is right here. Similarly, we also need to enable the organizations feature. This is extremely important for us because that's how we are going to manage our projects. So let's just go ahead and enable it. Now, organizations are free for the first 100 orgs, which is awesome. So for the first 100 users, it's free. So this is a limit, but 100 is quite generous. And if you go beyond that, you should already think about scaling it. So let's just go ahead and allow organizations. There we go. So now you can see we have organizations enabled as well. Now, one really good thing about a Auth solution like Clerk is that whenever any feature is a pro feature, it automatically tells you. And I really appreciate that, because if, let's say, we are trying to build our own SaaS app or trying to ship something using any of the existing services out there, if they are transparent about what's pro and what's free, I really appreciate that. So that's really incredibly important here. You could also enable organization slots here if you want. I'm not going to, but you can easily if you want to as well. At the same time, manage all of your information here, how SSO works, Web3, multi-factor. There's a lot of things that you can do as well. Now, at the same time, if you want access to all your users, you're not entirely locked in, you could just go to settings and also download your users as well, which is an option for you if you are worried that you might be locked in. It's not locked in, they're just managing it, and they're doing an incredible job. If you want, you can still manage it on your own if you like. However, I wouldn't personally recommend it, because even for my specific applications, like my Next.js course platform, I'm entirely using Clerk and I've never had an issue. And that's it. That's all we needed to do to set up authentication. Wasn't that easy? And that's how it should be whenever integrating any other services. So we are going to use NeonDB for our database. This NeonDB is built on top of a serverless platform that really allows us to build reliable and scalable applications faster. Plus, it's built on top of Postgres, so we will be using Postgres database. The pricing of NeonDB is also pretty good because you get the free plan, no credit card required for $0, and it's also quite generous for prototypes and side projects. For instance, Crash Course is a perfect example for that. You get 70 projects, and these are all the requirements. On top of that, we will be using Drizzle ORM. Now, Drizzle is incredible because if you don't want to bother writing performance SQL queries, using an ORM like Drizzle is going to do that for you, because it gives you a bunch of these functions that you could just simply use, and you will learn everything you need to know about Drizzle alongside NeonDB and Postgres database in this specific course as well. So that's a win-win for you. So we will be getting started with Drizzle and Neon and setting up our application. So let's follow the specific guide for getting started with Drizzle and Neon. So first off, let's copy this. We are going to use Drizzle ORM, NeonDB, and also a .env package to manage our environment variables. So let's follow this step by step. Let's stop the server and paste it. This will also install Drizzle Kit that we'll get to in a second as well. Then next, we want to store our database URL at the root of the project. We already have a .local file, which we'll pretty much use for our application. So let's do that. Now, in terms of this, we're just going to use the database URL here. And in this case, we want to get the database URL from NeonDB. So let's just go ahead and sign up. If you haven't already, make sure to go ahead and sign up here and create your free account. However, if you already have an account, then you could also just simply go to Google and log in, or whatever OAuth provider you want to use. Or you could also simply just use email ID and password. So you can already see the number of projects I'm using on NeonDB, but let's also go ahead and create a new project here. Let's call this iBuiltThis app, and you want to host it wherever, select the region closest to our application. We'll just pick the defaults for now, and let's just go ahead and create it. Then next, there are a few options here. Let's just click on connect, and this is where we will connect to our database. So now, as you can see here, we have the production database, we have development, and they also have this brand structure. Let's just go with the defaults for now. We have a database called NeonDB. Let's create a brand new database here. Let's call this iBuiltThis DB. and the owner can be the NeonDB owner. Alrighty, so now for this specific database, we have this connection string. So let's copy it. And this is exactly going to be our database URL. Right here, let's paste it. And that's it. That's all we need to do for setting up the database. We have the database URL. Now let's just go ahead and connect Drizzle ORM to the database. For that, we'll create a index file. Let's copy this. Let's create a DB folder. And let's go ahead and paste the index file. And in this case, if it doesn't exist, we'll just add a string, for example. And since we are going to be using Neon, we just use this as an option if we like. Copy this, head on here and paste it. There we go. And we also may want to export this database a bit, so we can use this DB for in other places as well. Additionally, we are also going to write, hey, if it doesn't exist, then throw an error saying that database URL is not set. This way, we can be sure that a database URL is picking up. Alrighty, and now let's just go ahead and create the tables. But before we create a schema, let's just go ahead and set up the rest of the Drizzle config file. Here, let's copy this, and we want to create this Drizzle config file in the root of our application. So let's just do that. Drizzle.config.ts and paste it. And then whenever we are ready to apply the changes, we could just use the DrizzleKit push command, and that's where DrizzleKit comes in handy. You could simply just have these functions that are really handy to use. For example, in order to generate the schema, you could use DrizzleKit generate command. If you want to apply the schema, you want to migrate, you could use the migrate command. If you want to push the changes to production to your database, you can use the push command, and so on. And this is a very handy little script here for seeding and querying the database. This way you have some data in your database for your users. So now there are two files that you should definitely take a look at, and I'm going to paste both of those files here. One of them is a schema file, which includes the schema for our entire application. The other one is a seed file, which will seed data from the data file. And data file is also something you need to access, which includes all the different projects as a seed in our application, as you can see here, as well as a seed file and a schema file as well. Now let me first walk you through the schema. So this is going to be a schema for our application. Now remember, this specific schema focuses on designing a simple iBuiltThis community platform for creators to showcase exactly what they're launching. Ideally, you're probably going to have multiple tables in your database and so on. To keep things straightforward, and since we're delegating our user management to Clerk, we can keep our products table quite simple. We're going to have a products table. In this table, we have a product ID. This itself is a core product info. There's name, slug, tagline, and description. Then we have links and media such as website URL and tags that we would be submitting. Then vote count would be what is the vote count for the product. When was it created at? When was it actually approved at? The dates, metadata information. Status, what's the status? Is it pending or approved or rejected? Who was it submitted by? The user ID of, which is going to be the Clerk user ID, as well as organization ID, which again is an organization reference for backend queries only from Clerk as well. All of this will tell us who created the product, which organization they belong to, what is the information about the product, and so on. So for example, if we go to submit project, this is all the information here. The product name, the slug, the tagline, the description, website URL, tags, and so on. And that's exactly what we'll be creating here. It's a very simple table, but it's quite powerful for us to write powerful SQL queries. So now that we know this, let's go over the schema a little bit. We are using PG table, which in fact comes from Drizzle ORM /PG core package. These are all handy little functions for us so that we don't have to write SQL specific stuff because they give it to us. This is going to be a serial ID, and that's going to be the primary key. So it has a primary key function. The core product info such as name, slug, and they're going to be a varchar name and the length 120 and it's now going to be null. That means it's required. Same thing for slug as well. We have a tagline, length 200. You have a description. You also have a website URL and tags. And tags JSON function allows us to create an array here. Then the word count again will be defaulted to 0 for everyone, but it's going to be an integer versus a text for website URL and a varchar for name and slug. Then we have created at, approved at, and these are going to be timestamp with time zone equals true. That means time zone information will be included and the default whatever time is now. Approved at date, then the status would be pending, approved or rejected, but our default status is going to be pending. Then we have submitted by, which is again the default is going to be anonymous. However, we could change this to whoever submitted, for example. Then we have the user ID, which is going to be the clerk user ID. And you also have the organization ID, which is going to be the clerk organization ID. On top of that, we want the product slug index to be unique. We want the status to be indexed as well as the organization ID to be indexed. This will indexing in SQL would really allow us to find data easily at queries. Every time we don't have to go through every single row because it's indexed and it's easier to find information. So now that we have this specific information, we have a schema created. We are going to then go through this seed script. We have set up the Drizzle database. And now we are going to seed the database. So first of all, we're deleting any data. So remember this, anytime we run this script, it's going to delete existing products and recreate new products. It's going to verify, get the inserted products and tell you that, hey, this has been successfully seeded. And then console log the information as well. If something were to go wrong, it's going to give you an error saying error seeding the database. Seeding scripts are very common whenever you are setting up something. And again, I've given you all the data possible here. If you go to data, you're going to see all the information here as well, for example. And all the products data matches the schema structure here. So it's relatively easy for us. So we could just use that. Now that we have this, we could go ahead and proceed to the next step or one of the steps that we skipped here. You got the database set up. Let's just go ahead and generate. And then we could push the changes to the database. So since we stopped the server, let's go ahead and generate the schema. No schema files found in source DB schema. So this means we just need to change the information here. In Drizzle config file, we just need to change. It's in fact going to be in .db/schema. Let's go ahead and run it again. And now you can see one table has been created with products, 14 columns. Our migration file is right here. If we head back, you're going to see that we have a Drizzle folder which has the specific information. So now if we push it, this exact code is going to run on NeonDB if everything works as expected. So now instead of generate, we're going to say push. Now it says either connection URL or host database are required for Postgres database. Now, one thing you need to know is process.n.database URL does not exist. And it's probably looking for, instead of .n.local file, it's probably looking for .n file. So let's copy that and save it in n file right here. Now let's regenerate and push it. As we do, you can see that it has found the information. It's pulling the schema and changes have been successfully applied. So now if we go to NeonDB, let's head to tables. You're going to see the database and there we go. Products table has been created with all the information that we set up: organization ID, submitted by, ID, name, slug, tagline, and so on. So all of the information has been created successfully, which is exactly what we want. So all this data is ready to go. But there's no data that exists here. So what we could do is go through the next step, which is to run this command to seed the script. So now if you take a look here, in terms of installation, we did install a TSX package that allows us to basically run any TypeScript files. Since we already installed TSX, we could just run it. So we can copy this. But again, source.index/index does not exist. Seed does. So what we could do pasted what we copied and instead say seed.ts. And let's run that command. It's going to seed the database. It's adding all the different products as we saw. Modern full stack Next.js course, Proofy Bubble, Parity Kit, and so on. Alrighty, so now it also has the necessary votes added here too. So now if we go back here and refresh the page, and boom, there we go. We have all the products here. Now obviously there is no user ID here nor the organization ID, but that's something we can update later. But as you can see, this information is readily available for us. So we could simply use it as we get information from Clerk and update that in here. It will make even more sense for us for how everything works seamlessly. Now let's restart the server. Server is on. Now let's go ahead and refresh the page. And you will see that these two featured products can easily be replaced. For example, if we go to app directory page.dsx, we have a featured products component. This specific component gets the featured products from this list. But why not get the featured products directly from the database now, because we have them? So in order for us to implement that, let's first of all create a lib folder, which we already have thanks to Shadcn, because that's where utils exist. And here let's create a new folder and let's call it products. And again, going by specifically to what exactly we're trying to create here, that is as per the domain. So now we can just call this maybe product select.ts. That means all the get queries that we want can live here. So now we could call this async function get featured products. Then this is where we could write our queries. Now first, let's just say get products data equals await db, and this db can in fact come from this file here. Remember, we exported that, so that's exactly where we are going to use it. And now you're going to see that we have a bunch of queries, bunch of functions we could run. So we could say select, because we want to select the data, and Drizzle gives us that from, and this is going to be a common pattern for us. And here we're going to say products. And products are in fact going to come from our schema. So now if we take a look at the schema, we have the product. It's exactly what this specific query is going to reference. And whenever we have anything, let's say we have a where clause, then we can just do .where and so on. But first off, let's just go ahead and return this data just as is and see exactly what happens. So now inside of featured products, we could remove this, comment this out, and now let's say featured products is get featured products and get those featured products from our product select query. And it says that featured products is not a function. So let's see what we get here. Let's console log products data. Let's refresh the page, head to our terminal. And now you're going to see that products data does exist. We are getting some data, but we are not awaiting it. So let's await it, and then this makes it a async function. Let's do that, and let's refresh the page. And as we do, you can see all the products here have now been successfully displayed. We have the description, then we have the different count information and so on. However, if you notice here, we may have to tweak the data a little bit. If you go to product card, we don't exactly have this. And again, we can remove this type completely. Here is why. Because Drizzle also gives us types. Declare this here, which is going to be type product equals infer select model, which is going to be, it's going to infer the type. Again, it's going to come from Drizzle ORM. And then this is just going to be products, which is from the schema. There we go. So now that we do this, you can immediately see that we have a bunch of these squiggly lines. That's because TypeScript is complaining. So here we could say featured or not. Instead of saying is featured or not, we could just say if the vote count product dot vote count is greater than, for now let's just say 10, then we want to say featured, which all of them are. Or let's say 100, then you want to say featured. Vote count is hard coded, which we could get product.vote count. So you can already see the vote counts have been updated. And lastly, we could get product dot tags, map them in case they don't exist. So now you can see all this information is updated here. So you can see the tags for modern full stack Next.js course, Proofy Bubble, Code Snap, Parity Kit, and so on as well. So thanks to TypeScript and how Drizzle works, because it gives us all the types, it infers it from the database types. We don't have to create the types from the get-go. This makes it really easy for us to simply just use it. So now wrapping up our query here, we can remove the console log and let's add a where clause. The where clause is going to be that we only want to show products whose status has been approved. So we can say products dot status and then let's just say approved. And EQ comes from Drizzle ORM as well, which is why writing SQL queries is a lot simpler thanks to Drizzle's API. So now only approved products are here. In case there's a product that's not approved, then it's not going to be here. So let's run this one exercise now. Let's go to the seed file, the data file here. And now as the last product, let's add a 9th product here. And let's add my course developer to leader course. This slug is going to be developer to leader course. This is going to be the description, developer to leader.com, leadership management, and so on. Whenever it's created at and submitted by my email address. The word count is going to be 340, for example. Now this is a brand new data that we have added into our table. So let's go ahead and run the seed script again. So now if we stop our server, if we rerun this again, it's going to delete the existing data and then recreate it. So seeding the database cleared existing data and developer to leader has been in fact added. Now let's run the server. So now in the seed data, we have to make sure of one thing, that this status is not approved. It's pending, which is going to be the default status. So now let's stop the server and let's rerun the script. As we do, developer to leader has not been approved yet, but the seeding has been completed. Let's restart the server. Let's refresh this page again. And we are not going to see developer to leader here because here we are saying that the status only only show approved products. Now if I remove this and update it, you can already see developer to leader course has automatically appeared here, which did not exist earlier. So a query is in fact working. This was a good test for our query as well. We could also add order by, for example, which allows us to order by let's say product count, and again use descending from Drizzle function. So when the product was added, or by word count, we could also just say created at, which means when was it created at or updated at or whatever. Let's just do by word count for now. And you can already see it has automatically sorted out by the word count as well. So that's exactly how Drizzle works with Neon, and now our featured products are ready to go. Next, we have the recently launched products. Now discover the latest products from our community, and whatever products have been launched in the last week is what we want to show here. So if we go to page.tsx, we have the recently launched product section. Let's click that. Now again, we could easily replace this and create a brand new query here. For example, if we go to lid, go to products, go to product select, we could literally just copy this exact same query. And this time, let's say get recently launched products. And what we could do is we could just say get featured products, for example, right? These are the featured products which have been approved. But on top of that, we also want to set the date. So we can say 1 week ago is what we want. New date. 1 week ago dot set date. So whatever the 1 week ago date is, -7. And now we want to pass this to the products data. So we can say products data dot filter product dot created at. We filter that. And the new date, the fact that it exists, the created at, we can say product dot created at dot to ISO string is greater than or equal to 1 week ago, and we can remove this return. This would give us the recently launched products, for example. So now if we go back here and go to recently launched products, we could say await get recently launched products imported. make it async, and boom, there we go. These are all the products that have been recently launched. Because if we go to the seed data, go to DB, seed, we just take whenever this specific product was created at -1. So all these products are the latest data, for example. Some of them might be later, but these are 5 products that have been created in the past week, which is awesome. So now we also have this data for recently launched products as well. It's as simple as that. You can already see how Drizzle is so simple to use. As we are here, let's also fix these imports as well. All right, so recently launched products also pretty much good to go. Next.js gives you 3 different ways to fetch data. These sound familiar, but the impact on performance, caching, and rendering is very different. The first method is static data fetching. You can fetch once at build time. Static is the fastest version of your app. With static site generation, you can fetch data once at build time. Next.js is going to bake that into HTML, and every user is going to get the same result. For example, in here, inside of the browser fetch function, if you add cache or force cache, that means it's going to be caching that specific request. Whatever data that gets fetched in that specific fetch API will be cached. You would use static site generation inside of marketing pages, product lists, documentation. Anything that doesn't really change per user, you could cache it. Second method is server-side rendering. It runs on every request. These are your user-specific experiences. Anytime you have to read cookies, headers, search params, your route becomes dynamic. This is where you would use server-side rendering. You want fresh data each and every time. Next.js must fetch that data for each request from the server, because the result might be different for everyone, or simply you just want fresh data. An example would be personalized dashboard, logged in pages, geolocation data, query params that can affect the output of the page, and so on. This is going to fetch every single time. The third method is ISR, which is incremental static regeneration. This is the best of both worlds. Your page is static, that means you get static site generation, but every few seconds, and you can specify the seconds, Next.js is going to run the data fetching again in the background with server-side rendering. So you specify how many seconds you want to cache that specific page, that request, and then the next time, after that time has passed, Next.js is going to give you the fresh data. Keep in mind, let's say you add next revalidate 3600. This will cache this request for an hour. The next time after the hour, the user requests, they're gonna get their data still, but Next.js will kick off the requests in the background, and the second user after that will get fresh data each and every time. You would typically use static site generation for blogs where you want the latest comments after every few seconds, product pages where maybe your cart count is out of stock, or even your description is outdated now. Data that updates but not per user. Dashboards with low frequency changes. It doesn't change that often, but it still needs fresh data. That is where you would use incremental static regeneration. Now in Next.js, you don't necessarily have to apply cache force cache, next revalidate, or cache no store inside of the fetch request. You could also opt into that at a page level as well. So you can tell Next.js to cache it statically or force it dynamically and so on. But things have truly changed inside of Next.js 16. Streaming is one of the biggest upgrades in modern React and Next.js. Normally, your user would have to wait for the entire page to finish loading before anything appears. With streaming, you can break that page into chunks, so part of the UI that's ready can be rendered as soon as they can, instead of waiting for the slow data that might load later on. An analogy here would be getting appetizers before the main course. You don't sit hungry until the entire meal is ready. You still get your appetizers because they're ready. Next.js will stream the data that's ready, keep rendering the complex data on the server, and inject it onto the page the moment it's done. Meanwhile, the user can simply see suspense boundaries, that is a loading page, so that they have something to look at. This allows us to return a fast page. As a result, one of our core web vitals, time to first byte, gets faster. Another core web vital, first contentful paint, which means how quickly the user can see the content, is also really fast. And because we are showing some sort of a loading state which matches the actual content that's going to be replaced, there's also no layout shift, which leads to happier user. And streaming is in fact the future inside of Next.js. And that is why cache components were introduced inside of Next.js 16. They are the future. And why use cache is going to replace the most data fetching complexity that exists inside of Next.js. This is where everything changes. The current reality is you choose static versus dynamic. You decide to revalidate or not. You figure out if your fetch request should be cached or not, and you must understand server boundaries, React server components, incremental static regeneration, server-side rendering, static site generation. It's a lot. So use cache, that is cache components, let you mix static, cache, and dynamic content in a single route. As a result, they give you the speed of static site with the flexibility of dynamic rendering. With cache components, you could simply return a static HTML shell that's immediately sent to the browser, with dynamic content updating the UI as it's ready, and as a result, streaming happens. Next, cache components inside of Next.js is a opt-in feature. You have to set the flag cache components equals true in order to opt into it. By caching your data, you're going to make your data fetching deterministic and safe. And this is how it works. So in order for us to enable cache components, we just simply need to go to next config file and add cache components equals true. And once we do, this enables cache components in our application. But we still need to tell Next.js which pages need to be static versus which pages need to be dynamic and so on. So the minute I enabled it, you automatically saw this error where you get uncached data was accessed outside of suspense boundary, and all these different errors have popped up. This Next.js is telling us that, hey, you gotta tell me which pages need to be static and not. So to fix this, first off, we need to see where these errors are occurring. So if you go to a terminal, you're gonna see that this error, first off, occurs in the header. Uncached data was accessed outside the suspense boundary because these components, signed out, signed in button, they are dynamic because they lean on Clerk as the auth solution. So in order for us to fix this, we simply need to go ahead and add a suspense boundary around it. So if we go to headers, which is in components, common, and header, over here, we need to add a suspense boundary and wrap it up and import suspense from React. And the minute we refresh the page, now that the errors have reduced to 2 issues instead of 4 issues, because we have told Next.js that, hey, when you can cache the rest of the content. However, when it comes to loading these specific buttons, you could show loading as a fallback. So you can say loading auth. So if I refresh the page, you're not going to see much, but this is the suspense boundary here. So if I sign in, use my Google account to sign in, and then it's redirecting me. We are going to press continue here. That's it. So now if I Command Shift R, you're going to see loading for just a second. You can see loading auth. That is the loading suspense fallback that is going to show here. Alrighty. So now that we have this, we could also simply add a loading spinner here too. So we can say loading, like loading icon from Lucid React. You can use the loader icon. And that's it. You can see that spinner there, which is looking a lot better. Ideally, you would want a replacement for the specific fallback UI, which is literally the same skeleton as this one. So there is no layout shift. All right. So now that we have this, let's move on to the next error, which is uncached data was accessed. And now over here, you're going to see that recently launched products as well as featured products are also returning an error. So Next.js needs to know, because again, if we go in here, it's an async function. So Next.js needs to know exactly what to do. So we could just simply add the use cache directive here for uncached products. And now if I refresh the page, I'm going to see one issue. Similarly, for recently launched products, the same idea, show use cache here as well. And if I refresh it, the error is now gone because we have simply cached the content. Now, use cache can only be added in async functions and so on, because this entire page could be cached. Now, if we go to, let's say, click on a specific page, we don't see an error, but if I refresh the page, you're again going to see an error, the same error. Uncached data was accessed outside the suspense boundary. And this typically happens because Next.js needs to know this is a dynamic route. And whenever anything is dynamic, Next.js really needs to know exactly how to resolve it. Well, in this case, because we are awaiting on the params which are dynamic, what we could do is instead just pass in a function called as generate static params that allows us to tell Next.js which pages need to be dynamically cached, dynamically generated at build time. Once that's done, Next.js is going to know exactly what to do. So for that, let's create a function called as generate static params, which is simply gonna be an async function. And here we will get our products, so we can get the featured products and simply map through them and then check and map the product ID to be the product ID. And once we do this, Next.js is going to generate all these routes statically. And now if I refresh the page, it's gone because Next.js exactly knows what to do, because we are going to generate all these products at build time. So that's it. So that's exactly, and if I go back here and refresh the page, go to a new route, refresh it, the errors are simply gone. And that's how caching is going to work moving forward inside of Next.js 16. You need to let Next.js know what to cache and what not to cache instead of using the 3 different data fetching methods, that is static set generation, incremental static regeneration, and server-side rendering, controlling it granularly like that. You could simply just add use cache and it's just going to do the rest of the job for you. So now if you want to cache it, we could. So if I cache it, and let's see, I go to the page and refresh it. Now what's going to happen is we are now able to cache the specific page as well. Now, if we look at granularly exactly what's going on, if we go to the home page, we have featured products that gets products, which is this query, and then we are calling featured products here again. Now the best option for us is to simply cache this specific function so that when this function gets called, it's automatically cached. So for that, we could simply add a use cache directive here. This way, the first time it's going to fetch the featured products, but the next time it's just going to get the list. And now at the bottom, the fetch products are going to be retrieved as well. However, there is a problem here with this approach. Get featured products being cached makes a lot of sense, right? Because we want to get the featured products, and anytime the word count is more is when we want to cache it. However, for recently launched products, which are recently launched, they could be updated dynamically all the time. So in this case, we could just use the connection API from Next.js that allows us to simply get this data at runtime. But in order for us to use connection and always get the latest fresh data, we could not use it with use cache. So we could simply copy this, get a query, let that query be cached, but this one could just be get all products, for example. And now this query could just be get all products. Now this time, this query is always gonna be fetched dynamically. If I refresh the page, you're gonna see there's an error that connection function is used to indicate that it only must run, but caches must be able to produce before a request. What this means is if we go to home page and if we go to recently launched products, we're simply caching this whole thing. We cannot do that if we want dynamic data. So we need to remove this caching from here. And now every single time our data is going to be fetched and live. If a new product gets added, we will be showing it live here as well. So for recently launched products, This connection API from Next.js is actually pretty cool. It allows you to indicate the rendering should wait for an incoming user request before continuing. And that's a really great way to always dynamically render at runtime, but not statically render. So this means this specific section is always going to be fetched fresh. But now we get another error here where we are going back to uncached data was accessed outside of Suspense. Why is that? Well, because if we go to page, recently launched products is in fact a dynamic route now. It's no longer static because we remove use cache from there. Get recently launched products here have this await connection, which makes it dynamic, due to which we could not make this specific component cacheable. So what we need to do is go to page.tsx and wrap a suspense boundary here and show some sort of a fallback. So Next.js knows to render a fallback UI while the dynamic content is being cached. So we can say noting recently launched products here. Now if I scroll down, and you're going to see that flicker, right? And it shows up here. So you can already see that there is that bloop, the loading fallback shows up there. We could go to recently launched products here and go to recently launched products. And let's add a sleep over here, something like this, which resolves after 3 seconds. So we can see that loader. So now you can see loading recently launched products, and there we go. The rest of the content does appear here. So ideally, we would love to give a fallback UI here if you like. You could also show a loader icon, for example, for the product, and also give it maybe a wrapper div too. We have been doing so. This way it's like has some sort of a UI here, and give it flex, item center, gap 2. This way it looks better than what it usually does. The other option is also that inside of recently launched products here, we would also just pull this section out. This way the header shows up right away, but it's just that content shows up later on. There are a bunch of different options, and you're sharing all of them so you get an understanding for how you want to approach that for your products. So that's it for suspense boundaries and caching for now. So now it's time for us to create the submit functionality, because so far we are focusing on getting the products, displaying the products, landing page, and so on. If you go to submit project, it takes us to this route called submit. So first off, we need to create that route because right now it doesn't exist yet. It returns a 404. And if you notice this header section, it's very similar to what we have on the home page, this header section. So we could literally copy section header component. And then the rest of the form is something we could create as well. But first off, let's just get started by creating a route. Now, let's create a new folder here and call it submit. And in this folder, we're going to have a page.tsx. Because this is a named route, and page.tsx will expose /submit to the router. So now let's just get the submit page in there. You're gonna see, if you refresh the page, submit page has been created, no longer a 404. So now let's just go ahead and give it a section header, and it's literally gonna be submit your product, share your creation, and let's give it a sparkles icon as well. There we go. It's looking really nice already. And let's also give it a div class name of wrapper so that it has some wrapper around it. Then right underneath it, let's give it a max W2XL with MX Auto, and this create a form here as well. The product submit form doesn't exist yet, so let's just go ahead and create it, and let's add that in products because it's a product submit form. So we could say product submit form.details and go and create a component here. Now let's just go ahead and import it. There we go. Now you can see product submit form is here. Obviously we need to fix the spacing, which we'll do that in a second. So let's wrap this up with a section class name py20 and wrap this whole thing up in a section. So now if we go back here, you can see it's looking so much better already. Now we need to create the form, which is going to be the product submit form. In order for us to create a product submit form, we're going to go back to Shadcn UI. And this is where we're going to look for something called as the form component. Shadcn UI form component makes it really simple and easy to bootstrap our forms. So for example, if we go to form, form, then you're going to see that it has a bunch of components for us. And the form component is actually a wrapper around the React hook form library. Now, we don't have to necessarily use the library here. However, we could just simply use the form and form field elements to create a form. So first off, we could just get the form from Shadcn UI. So now let's stop the server and paste what we copied, which is the form from Shadcn UI. Let's restart the server. Now let's start bootstrapping the form here. So first off, let's create a form element, which is again a simple browser HTML element. And let's make sure that this entire form has equal spacing around it. So we could give it space YX, which gives it a vertical spacing. And let's start creating the form fields here. So we have product name, slug, tagline, and so on. All of these are essentially input fields from Shadcn UI. So what we could do is go to the Shadcn UI component documentation and get a bunch of components we are going to need, such as label for the label. Then we are also going to need input component. We are also going to need text area component and so on. And so we could start installing it, for instance. So now let's just go ahead and stop the server, add text area, input, label, and that's it for now. Alrighty. So now let's just restart the server, and over here we could start building the form out. So first off, we're gonna need a space y2, a label, and an input. So let's get that from label and input here. Let's fix the two imports. And now we have product name. My awesome product is gonna be the placeholder. It's gonna have name. It's gonna be required. For onChange handler, we could just enter a empty function, and that's it. But we're getting an error which is related to the client component part, which is that if you need interactivity, you need to convert it into a client component. So far, all our components were server components. We did not need to think about the client at all. But now that we are going to need onChange handlers, we need to create a client component now. So let's add a use client directive here. This means product submit form and whatever is underneath that is all going to be shipped to the browser, to the client. It's no longer going to be the server. All right. So now the next thing is, again, we need another class name, which is space y2. This time we are going to have a text area. For we actually still have a slug, so we could just copy a slug, but this time it's going to be a slug. It's going to be a slug, and the placeholder is going to be my awesome product. And again, an onChange handler. Now, if you see, there are so many of these input fields that look literally the same thing. So we could extract this out and create our own form fields. So first of all, let's create a in the components folder. Let's create a form field, which is, and so we can pass all the props down. So first of all, let's create a forms folder. And in this, let's create a form field.tsx. And this function is just going to be form field with all the different props. And we haven't declared the props yet. It's going to have input, label, and then interface is just going to be this. So we have form field props, label, string, ID, placeholder. We're always going to give placeholder as a question mark, and onChange handler, we need it, error, we need it. And we also need to pass in some sort of a helper text, which is just over here. So we could give the helper text, which is optional. Alrighty, so required is just going to be a required value. Error is going to be error. Error, we don't need to pass it here, but we could just render it, which is going to be error. If it exists, then it just shows some red value. And instead of using red, we could just use the destructive color, text SM. And on top of that, if there is a helper text, we show it. So let's get the helper text from the prop, and let's show that helper text as well. This could actually be access, and it could be a muted color. There we go. So now we have a basic form field. So what we could do is literally just use that now. And same thing for the slug as well. Import it. We don't need this. Get it from components. And now we have a slug. Then we need a tagline. And for this one, we have a helper text actually for the slug. So let's add that. So let's just replace it. For the tagline, we don't have any helper text, so let's just use the tagline. This one is a brief. It doesn't really matter if you want to exactly match what I have, but feel free to be creative here. Brief, catchy description. There is no helper text. Then this is a text area which we'll get to. Let's create the input fields here. So now let's use website URL. There we go, website URL. It could be your product.com, required, and then the helper text is gonna be enter your product's website or landing page. Same thing, we have tags over here, and the helper text is comma separated value, so let's add that. There we go. AI productivity SaaS is the one. We have ID and so on. Perfect. So now if we go back here, you're gonna see that we have our entire form created here. We just need to give the form some padding on top, which we'll worry about that later. Now, one thing we did miss was description. So right after slug, we also need a description, which can be a text area over here. But again, we have helper text. The only thing that changes inside the form field is input changes to text area. So we could just add a simple helper property here, which is that text area is true or false, and text area is optional. So we don't even need to pass a false value because for Boolean, it's always going to be false. So this time, if there is a text area, then show the text area. Otherwise, show input. So let's fix that. Then also fix this import here. All right. So now the thing is, whenever it's a text area, the onChange handler type is going to be different versus it won't be an input element. It will in fact be a text area element. So we could simply just cast it. You can say as e react text area element, e.change event and void HTML text area element, or it's gonna be input element. And this one would be either input or text area. So there we go. And here we're casting it to say this is gonna be text area versus this is gonna be input. Perfect. So now we have the form ready to go. We also need to add some padding between the elements. So here we could add a div equals MB12. I'm going to wrap this up here. There we go. So now there is some nice margin between elements as well. Okay, so now that we have the specific form, let's actually add the form field on the page. So if we go to product submit form, we have the slug. We have never added a text area. And this time we just have to say text area is going to be true. And there we go. We have a description field as well. And this is going to be a brief, catchy description. And let's remove this text. Whoops. This is going to be a text area. So then it is going to be right under the tagline. So now we have description. And this one is just going to be tell us more about your product. There we go. So now you can see that the form is also pretty much ready to go. More about your product. And this one, it says HTTP. We don't have www. Again, we don't have to be so picky, but if you want to be exact, then that's exactly how you can be exact as well. And one last thing that's pending in this form is a button. So let's add that too. And this button will be a submit button. Fix the import. This submit button should say submit product. There we go. Type is going to be submit, and the size of the button is going to be large. We can give it a class name of wfull, so it takes up the entire width. It also has this nice sparkles icon, so we just need to import that as well. And for the sparkles icon, it will be size 4. Alrighty. So now when we press the submit button, something should happen. Now remember this diagram that we took a look at initially in the course. Whenever the submit button is pressed, we are going to use something called as server action. So far, we were using server components for fetching data, but we need server actions for mutating data. Server actions, when you create a new file and add this hook, add this directive called as use server, it is going to expose a HTTP endpoint, which in this case, since we are going to be creating a product in our database, it's going to expose a HTTP endpoint for creating that specific product. All you have to do is add a use server directive, and then create your function like you usually would. And this is how it would be if you were to create a server action inline. So server actions are really, really powerful. So let's go ahead and create our first server action. So now inside of the button, we could have a on-click handler, on-submit handler. However, we also have a form here. So let's give it a on-submit handler here. So let's create a onSubmit handler function. Let's make sure that when you click on it, something happens. Now, as you can see, it's already complaining that these input fields should be there. So let's give it different input fields, for example. And now let's press submit product. And this button is in fact hooked. It is in fact connected because we see this console log here. But now in order for us to expose a server action, we can just add the hook use server over here. Or let's add it as the first line, use server. There we go. But it is not allowed to define inline use server annotations in client components. To use server action in a client component, you need to export them or pass them down through props as from a server component. Now in this case, because we have a form, we have a onSubmit handler, there is this limitation. So let's just go ahead and create a actions folder that all our server actions are gonna live. Alternatively, we can just go to lib. We have products already. And this is where we could create a new file called as productaction.ts. And these would be our server actions. Now we could create a new function called as add product. And then this function, in fact, would take a form data, which is going to be form data type. And it's going to have, let's add a simple console log here, which is going to be form data. And now we could simply just call the server action from here. Await add product. Now, since we have this event, we don't have form data here imported. Let's make this async. What we could do is turn this on submit into a action. Every form attribute has this action, and this makes it that this data now is in fact form data. And we can remove this completely. And now if you take a look, form data is gonna be executed. Now we could simply remove this use server because this is a server action after all. Let's clear the console log and hit submit product. As we do, add product form data is not gonna show up on the client side because now this is all server stuff. This has exposed a HTTP endpoint here. So you're gonna see form data that we submitted is in fact right here, which is exactly what we submitted. So it's all working perfectly. So congratulations, our server action has been created, which is amazing. Now, server actions have exposed this add product as a mutation endpoint, but when you press the button at handle submit, we also need to see some loading state so that we could disable the button while the request is in progress. And we also need to know if the request fails, what's gonna happen. Now, typically, if you had an API endpoint, then you would have something like fetch, add product with a post request, and then pass the form data, and there will be some API requests. And this specific data that we get back will return a error or it will return a data, for example. But that is not the case here anymore. How can we get so that we know exactly if it's error or not? So for that, we have an amazing hook called as use action state. It's a hook that allows you to update the state based on the result of a form action. So you get the state, that is exactly what's going on. You get the form action. You also get is pending as an attribute as well. Is pending will be a loading state. So if you take a look, you get the state, form action, and also a third attribute called as is pending. And this is gonna return an array with the following values: the current state, the new action that you pass on, and the is pending flag. So you could just hook it directly here and use it, and this is where you would hook in your action. So let's go ahead and use that now. So over here, we are going to have state, form action, and the third attribute is going to be is pending equals use action state from React. And this time we are going to add a add product, comma, initial state. Initial state doesn't exist, so let's create it. It's going to be success, which by default is going to be false. Error will be empty, and message is going to be empty. And now, instead of action, we are going to pass in form action that we just created here, and add product will be simply remain the same. Now, we don't need to add this handle submit handler because this action on button submit is automatically going to execute the server action. So we just need to go to add product now and change the type here, because now it's no longer going to be just form data. It's going to be previous state form data. And let's type what previous state is going to be. So we can say type, let's just call this form state, equals success is going to be Boolean, error will be record of string array, and message is going to be a string. And this is going to be errors with a question mark. And errors won't necessarily appear every single time, and we can just pass form state here. There we go. So now that error has been resolved. I always like to add the suffix add product action here, and then so we know this is going to be a server action. All right. So now, as you can see, there are some type errors here, for instance, but don't worry about that. As we write our server action, it's automatically going to be resolved. For example, if I say return is going to be success true, error is true, and product added successfully. So now if I refresh the page, let's remove this for now. Let's add a bunch of description information. Let's fill out the form here and submit. And now we go back, we get this form data that we printed out, which is all of this information with all the other stuff that we submitted, which is this form data value. However, we could also just simply print state to get that information as well. But again, you don't have to worry about it. It's already hooked up. So you can already see success, message, and error, which is the state value. All right. So now that we have this is pending attribute, we could say if the server action is pending, then show a loader icon from Lucid React, else show the submit icon. There we go. So now this won't work because it's a required field, but let's do it all over again to test out our form. And if we submit, you can see it's very quick, but we did see a loading spinner. All right. So our pending is working. Form action also has the value, and now we just need to add form state here, and now we could continue writing our server action. So whenever a server action executes, here's what we need to happen. First of all, we need to create the product in the table, right? That's one. But before that, we need to check if the user is authenticated. Then we need to extract the data, necessary data, validate it, make sure it's all good, transform the data for our request, and lastly, create the product using Drizzle API that we have and insert that in this specific form, because that's exactly what we need to do. We need to then generate ID gets auto-generated, but name, slug, all of that needs to be passed in. So let's go ahead and implement our server action for submitting the product here. So first step is checking if the user is authenticated. Clerk has this handy little function called as Auth. This Auth function, in fact, returns the Auth object. And this Auth object, if you take a look at the Auth object, it is going to return a bunch of values for us to use. For example, is authenticated or not, that's the user ID for us, and so on. So we could simply just use this on the server side to check if the user is authenticated or not. And that's what makes Clerk really seamless to use. So first off, let's just go ahead and import this. And this is where we're going to check the auth part. So let's wrap our entire application, entire function in a try-catch block. And because we're always going to return this value, let's make sure that we return success is false, error is going to be error, and message is going to be either empty or something went wrong. Maybe we can say failed to submit product. So first step in the try-catch block is going to be get the user ID from auth. But if there is no user ID, that means the user is not even logged in. That means just return a success false and a message, you must be logged in to submit a product or signed in, whatever you want to call it. Then now we can start extracting the data from the form data. Now, in order to do that, we can just get raw form data will be object.entries, form data.entries. And this gives us all the entries from form data. Next thing is to validate the data. Now, in order to validate the data, we need to check if the data it matches to what we expect it to be. We want the data to be meme, slug, tagline, all of this to be a specific format. That's exactly what we define in our schema. We are going to use a tool called as Zod. Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation library, and it really allows us to create a schema, make sure that the schema matches to what the user is entering, and we won't even make the request to the server until it passes the schema. Because why submit to the server if nothing works? So the way it works is you make the request to the form. We have this schema sitting in the middle. The schema is going to say user ID is 10 characters. It's going to say description can't be empty and should be certain characters and so on. It's going to define that individually for each and every item in the form. And once we satisfy the schema, then only our server is gonna get the request, because then it makes sense for a server to get the request. This also prevents us from making sure that we are not sending gibberish data. We're sending secure data. It also prevents us from malicious users, as well as we have a strict schema in place. On top of that, it's fully typed. It also helps us avoid additional server load as well. So that's exactly what we'll be using to handle the schema validation part. And this is how we are going to define the schema. But before that, let's just go ahead and install Zod. Stop the server, install Zod, and let's restart the server. There we go. Now, Zod has been installed. So now we could validate the data based on Zod. But for that, let's go ahead and create a product schema. We're going to get Z, and Z is in fact from Zod. This is where we're going to start defining our schema. So Z.object, and then start passing. As you can see, this file is already getting kind of long, and this object, the minute we defined 6 different fields with different validation, is also going to get long. So let's just go ahead and create a validations file. So we can say product validation.ts. This is where we can define the schema that we were going to define, export it, and also import Zod. And this time we haven't imported yet, but we can remove this unused import. And here we can say name is gonna be string, slug is gonna be a string. All of the values are in fact going to be a string. But this in itself is not gonna be enough. And tags is gonna be an array as well. But again, it's still gonna be a string because user is gonna submit a comma separated value. We don't need to parse it, for example. But this itself is not going to be enough for a validation. So Zod gives us min and max values. So we can define what will be the min value, what will be the max value, and so on. So we can say min, max. And this is the message that's going to be shown to the user if it doesn't match. So min, we need minimum of 3 characters. Name, and this is where we can say name must be at least 3 characters. Name must be less than 120 characters. For slug, we can say 3 and 140. Slug must be 3, less than 140. But for slug, we also need another value. We also need to check that it only must contain lowercase letters, numbers, and hyphen, and nothing else, because this might be the slug we might use later on. So we can pass in a regex function here, which will check if it matches the specific pattern. This checks if it's a lowercase, contains only letters and numbers and hyphens, for example. Then we have a tagline, and tagline is going to have max 200 characters. For description, it's actually optional. We don't need a description per se, so we don't need to pass it. Website URL, again, needs to be 1 character. For example, max could be whatever. For tags, it's going to be min of 1 character tags are required. However, we also need to transform this because it's going to return a comma separated values, which then we are going to return. So we can split it and then add lowercase it. So we're going to split the value with comma. This is going to give us an array and then trim the value in case of white space, lowercase it, and that's going to be our tags. So as you can see, this is a very strict schema that we have defined that we need to add it over here. So next step is validation. So anytime a user submits, they're going to have to pass through this validated data. So you can say validated data equals product schema dot save parse, which is a function from Zod, and pass in the raw form data that we get from our form. Now, validated data gives us two values, if it's success or not. So we can say if it's not successful, then return success is false. Errors are going to be validated data.error.flatten.field errors, and this is why errors are going to be an array of string values. And if it passes through this, that means there are no errors, is only when we could take the next step. Then data will be validated data.data. For example, that gives us a data. Now we need to transform the data that we like. So next step, now that we have gotten the data, right? So let's just test it out. And we could actually also just console log errors here, for example, right? And we can remove this browser console. And now we're going to make sure that we add a bunch of these values, for example, and submit the product. It did submit it. However, you can already see the errors we got. We got name must be at least 3 characters, slug must be 3 characters, and so on. So that's something we need to show to the user, because otherwise user is not going to know problem. So if we take a look here, we have form field, and error is in fact empty throughout. So we need to pass that in. So what we're going to do is pass the error state. And if we take a look here, we are just printing the error here. So let's just destructure errors, message, and data. Error, message, and success from state. Now here it's going to be state.errors, or since we destructured the errors, you can just say errors.name, for example. Same idea here. It's gonna be error.slug. Again, we can remove the error here, right? Error.description, error.website URL.tags, and so on. So now we can just simply show the error right underneath it. So now if I say 2, 3, whatever value, right, and hit submit, now you're gonna see the error right underneath it, which is exactly what we want. All right, so now we are showing the Zod errors on the page. We can start now inserting the data and transforming it if necessary. So here we could just say await DB. DB comes from our DB. Not insert is the function we're going to use. Products. Products will be the schema, and values is what we are going to insert. So again, here we could destructure name, slug, tagline, and so on. And here we could insert the same thing. We have name, slug, tagline, description, website URL, tags. But we also need a few other things such as status, which will be pending, because by default this request will be pending. The next step would be submitted by, which will be some value. And also we need a user ID as well. So we need to figure that part out as well. So let's talk about tags first. In terms of tags, they need to be a tag array. So we need to transform it. So here we could say tags array equals tags.filter tag, and we can say if the type of tag equal to string, then use that, because user can enter whatever they want. So the fact that tags exist, we need to do this, else return an empty array, for example. So here tags are going to be tags array, because users are going to just enter random values. We just need to transform it. So that's exactly what we're doing here. Submitted by will be a user email address. Now we got the user ID, which we could simply use it here. But for submitted by, we need user's email address. So we could get that information here, for example. So we could say we need to get the user information and then get the user ID information. So here we could say const user equals await current user, is going to be on the server side. And this specific value is going to give us the email address. Just going to be user email, which will be user dot email addresses 0th value dot email address, for example. Or we're going to say they're anonymous. So now this is just going to be a user email. So now you can see here, this is the user email address, and we could add a question mark here just in case there is no email address. For example, we're always going to take the first one. Okay. Because in Clerk, if you take a look in manage account, you could actually have multiple email addresses. We just want the first one, which is most likely going to be the primary one. We could also see, for example, email addresses dot primary email address, or we could just do email address dot primary email address dot email address. For example, email address is of the type email address, which is gonna have email address. So you could easily call that as well to get the primary email address. Alrighty, so now that we have the email as well, so if everything works as expected, this is where we can say success will be true, and the message is gonna be product submitted successfully. And we also need to let them know that it will be reviewed shortly, because they are submitting a product to our application. So now let's go ahead and try it out. Let's also type the errors actually. If the error is of type ints, if the error instance of error, then return success off. And in errors, we could say error dot flatten dot field errors. Here we have to say z dot Zod error. So for example, it's somehow there's a Zod error, we need to flatten it. And then the message will be validation failed, for example, where we could just say invalid data, or we could say validation failed. Validation failed, please check the form, for example. There we go. So now we have done a lot, so let's just go ahead and test it out. It's going to be Cursor AI video. Let's say introduction to React. We're just entering random values here. Hey there, let's give it some URL with some other. And now let's submit. There's a loader and something went wrong because, or maybe we did not show the message. Who knows? So now if we go here, we have all the information. Now if we go back to, there we go. Now we have a product that we just entered, which is awesome. So the user ID is working well. We also have an organization ID that we did not submit, which we'll get to, but everything is working as expected, as you can see right here. We also need an approved add timestamp, which will get updated later. Vote count is 0. And all the other data matches to exactly what we entered, which is amazing. So our server action is working as expected. Now let's hook up the organization ID. Now there's one thing that's still missing, which is organization ID. Let's talk about this for a second. What exactly is going to be a organization ID? Now remember, initially we talked about this, wherein anytime a user joins in, we're going to put them in an organization. This way, anyone who they add to their organization will be able to create the products, and they have full control over it. They can transfer admin rights and so on as well. So in this case, if we click on create organization, we can name an organization, assign the creator, and so on. But what we want to do is anytime a user signs up, we want to automatically create their organization and let them manage it. So for that, and whenever they are adding a new product, we could just take the organization ID that's active and assign that product to it. This way they would be able to view all their products as well. So that's exactly what we're going to do now. Now, if you remember, when we installed Clerk, we added this Clerk middleware, and there was this proxy file which acts as a proxy between requests. Whenever a request comes in, it first goes to this specific file. So what we could do is basically we can create the organization over here inside of the Clerk middleware, and whenever a user routes to it, if they don't have an organization, that's totally fine. If they do, great. So that's exactly what we are going to do now. And then whenever they're adding the product, we could retrieve the organization ID and store it. And in Clerk, inside of Auth, organization ID already exists. So we could simply just assign it right here. We can say organization ID is going to be org ID. which is awesome. And we can add a conditional here. If there is no organization ID, then we could just return you must be a member of an organization to submit a product as well. So now let's go to proxy and create an organization for the user. So first off, let's get auth from here. So first of all, we're gonna get user ID and org ID from auth, and we're going to check, hey, if it exists or not. So if there is no user ID, or if there is no org ID, then we need to do something. Let's put that in a try catch block in case of any errors. Remove all this for now. In the try block, we can get the clerk client. So we can say client equals await clerk client, which comes from the server. And this is where we can check if user has any organization. So let's say data will be, let's assign it and call this organizations equals await client dot users dot get organization membership list, and we pass in the user ID here. Now this will give us all the organization for that specific user. We want to switch this. If there is user ID and no organization ID is when we want to create it. So this way we can remove this exclamation point. There are user organizations. Let's just say organizations here, and organizations dot length is greater than 0. That means there is an organization there. We do nothing. We just simply return next response, which comes from the server, and we redirect the user. Or not even redirect, we just do not next. That means whatever they were doing, they can continue doing that. Move on to the next request. However, if that's not the case, then we want to create the organization. So let's get the user by saying await client dot users dot get user, pass in the user ID, and here we can start creating the organization. So we can say organizations dot create organization, and here we need a name, which is gonna be some org name, and we also need a created by, which will be a user ID. So in terms of org name, we could have some fun with it, right? We could say maybe user dot full name could be the organization name. So if user dot full name, then it would be that. Otherwise, it could be user dot first name. It would be that organization, or it could be user dot username, or it would be user dot email addresses, for example. Or lastly, we could just say my organization, and that would be the org name. And now we could just console log it. Let's say auto created organization with that specific org name. And now if something were to go wrong, we just console log it, for example. There we go. But this code will not work because we always want to make sure we have a return anytime you add anything in proxy. So here we could add return next response dot next, because if, let's say, there is a user ID and there's also an org ID, it's not even going to go here, right? We just wanted it to move to the next request. If this doesn't exist, our application will return a infinite loop. We don't want that. So let's save this. So now let's just go ahead and refresh the page. Go to our terminal. It does say auto created organization Ankita Kulkarni's organization, which is awesome. That means it took my full name here. And now if I go here and manage account, I don't see my organization information here at all, but I could be, because Clerk gives us another component which is very handy to manage organizations. So let's just head over to header, because that's where we are storing all the information. And whenever the user is signed in, alongside the submit project, inside the user button right here, we could also show exactly a menu. So we could say user button dot user profile page. Label will be organization. There could also be a label icon, which would be maybe a building icon. And then inside this, we could render whatever we like. Now, let's close this for now, and let's add the building icon. Now you will see here, we go to manage account, or let's just go ahead and refresh the page. User button, manage account. We don't see it. So there's one more thing we need to add, which is the contents within the user button, which is gonna be a div, class name p4, and let's add an h2, which is gonna be manage organization, and Clerk provides us this organization switcher that we could use, so we could get that as well. Now, in this case, we can hide personal, and this means it hides the personal organization. And after organization has been created, we just go here. There's a submit part. After select, that means after successful selection of that workspace, let's go to submit as well. And in the appearance, you could also change the appearance. So you could add elements. You could then say root box equals W full. So now if we go to manage account, it does give us an error. User profile can only accept user profile.page. So we keep seeing this error, which is user profile can only accept these two links. And that's because the minute you use this, we're gonna have to make it a client component. So how about we just extract this out? Custom user button.tsx. Add that, move this entire user button thing into this component. Let's add all the imports. And now let's make this a client component. And now let's just import custom user button. And now you can see that the error has disappeared. We could also just remove all the unused imports here. Now, let's go to my user button, go to manage account, and there we go. We do see organization, so let's just go ahead and select that. Boom. So we have the organization selected for the specific user. That means this user does have an organization. If we go to submit project, and if we were to enter a new product, so let's enter a product AI course and AI course key and a AI developer course coming soon. Then let's use this URL AI. That's it. And then submit the product, and there we go. And if we go here and refresh, and there we go. We do have a AI course created, but this time we also have an organization ID as well, which is exactly what we want. Now we can just copy this ID and paste it in here too, because it's the same user that whose ID we have created. Similarly, I'm just gonna copy the username in all of these as well, and the org ID as well in all of them. So all the products are owned by this specific user. Now it's totally up to you. We can also choose to leave a few not owned by the user as well, right? It's totally fine. Or we could keep, so a user can have a different user ID, but belong to the same organization. There we go. So now any of these users with whatever user ID they would have would belong to the same organization. That's how you would create your own product. So now if we go to iBuildThis homepage, you should see more products. Now in the featured today products won't be these products at all, because remember, we have cached them. But in the recently launched one, we also don't see these products either. If we go to product select, and that's because we say we only want approved products, and which is why we don't see them. We could also just simply go to NeonDB and approve them manually as well. So right now all of them are approved, but these three are pending. The minute we say status needs to be approved, then it will show up. So if we say approved and save, there's one more product that needs to show up. So now if I refresh the page, you wouldn't see any product here, but you should see an AI course right here, which is exactly what we want. Product 28, which is this AI course. So things are looking pretty good for us. We have set up our organization as well. The approved at date needs to be set the minute the status is in fact gets approved, because that's the approved at date. So keep that in mind for whenever we have to approve it. Let's try to resolve the TypeScript errors here. You can see errors.name does not exist, nor does slug, nor does tagline as well. So first off, this should be errors and not just error, because we're trying to also destructure errors here. Then we try to access errors.name over here. So let's say there is an error. So we can just enter some random values here, for example, and try to submit it. It says name must be at least 3 characters. So this error over here does show up. And you can see now, if I remove that, it says slug must be 3 characters, slug must be lowercase, and it contains all the values. So there are potentially more errors. So we can just show by joining it. For example, an error is going to be a string array here. So this is why it was complaining. So error type was not accurate, but still it's not going to resolve it, because in fact errors is a type of record, right? Which is like, if you take a look at the action itself, this is what error is of type. So what we need to do is extract this out and move this inside a types folder. So let's create a types folder and let's move this inside index.ts, and now let's export it. And now let's just go ahead and import the types from here. Similarly, we could now assign it to form state as a type. So now the minute we do this here, we need to assign. If it's not there, then empty. And now it's accurately indicating that. So you can see like this type was necessary here. On the other hand, now the error type has been resolved, which is great for us. However, we also want to show a global message here, the message that comes from the state itself. So we can say message and then show the message. So we can use a div here and div here as well. And now we can give it padding, rounded, large, border, and we don't need to add any of this now. Let's wrap this up in a CN that allows us to merge a bunch of styles. If it's success, then do something else, do something else. So if it's success, then do bg primary /10 border primary and text primary. And then if it's not, then bg destructive /10 border destructive and text destructive. So if it's success, it's gonna show this. But if it's not, and for some reason the server returns the error, then it's also going to show this. Now, in terms of the div itself, let's give a role of alert and an aria live of polite. You don't need other. Alrighty. So now this is gonna show up like an alert on top if needed. So if we don't show anything, you're gonna see something like this. Alrighty. So now our message is also looking pretty good. So our form is pretty solid now. If we add a product, it also shows up on the homepage as well. Now, let's talk about partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering allows us to return the static content while the rest of the content, which is dynamic, is getting streamed in. Let's take a look at this demo one more time. We show a skeleton UI here for the dynamic content, which means we are wrapping it around a suspense boundary. And partial pre-rendering enables us to return a fast page load whenever data is ready, and the slow data later on can be streamed in. And we took a look at streaming earlier as well. And this is an example of how we add a suspense boundary. Now, in our application, we also have enabled partial pre-rendering. And in case you're wondering how, well, the minute we enable cache components, this opts our entire application into partial pre-rendering, which is why in our app folder in setup page, remember, we added nothing for this because hero section is not an async function, so it's going to be static by default. It's automatically going to be cached. Featured products are cached because we add a use cache directive. And then this content is going to be dynamic, so we add a suspense boundary. So now if you take a look here, if I refresh the page, you are going to see that this content has returned right away, while the rest of the content got streamed in here, which is exactly what partial pre-rendering enables. So now in order for us to show a UI that exactly matches the recently launched products, let's go ahead and create a skeleton. And for that, we are going to stop the server and add a component called as skeleton from Shadcn UI. And this is how the component skeleton looks like. This is exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and build it. So since this is going to be a product skeleton, let's just go ahead and add a recently launched skeleton. But it's pretty much going to be the same everywhere. So we could just say product skeleton DSX. And let's add that. That's it. And now over here, again, let's give it a section. Class name py20. And the idea of a skeleton is that it needs to match literally this page. So we could copy this whole thing, move it inside here. And instead of adding actual data, we're going to replace that by skeleton. So instead of section header, we are going to have div class name flex item center gap2 mb3 skeleton UI from Shadcn. Class name will be size 6. Let's close it. Another skeleton class name is going to be h9 w64 and close it. Recently launched products don't exist, so what we're going to do is get rid of this and add div class name grid wrapper, which is a class name that we have defined in globals or CSS. And now let's create a array of items. And this is how you could create an empty array of certain items. So it creates an array from an interval object. How many items should the array contain? And it's just going to add that. And now let's add map. And we are going to map through it. We literally don't care about the item. We just care about the index. So we could add a key. And now here, let's add a div. And now over here, we are going to add a array from. And this allows us to add an array from an array-like object. So we can just specify the length and we are able to add it. So we can say length is going to be 6. And our goal is to map through it. So here we can do index. Now we literally don't care about the item itself because it's just going to be an empty array. And now we can just create a div, give it a key, give it a class name of border, rounded large, p6, and then that's it. And now that we have this, let's add a skeleton here as well. Now again, if we take a look at our product card, how it looks like, so that's exactly the skeleton we are trying to create here. So now let's just replace it. Let's refresh the page. Let's restart the server now. We could see the content. Let's refresh the page and let's replace it so we can start seeing the product skeleton here. There we go. Let's remove the loader icon. Now if I refresh the page, you can already see the skeleton forming. It doesn't look like exactly what we wanted, but this is pretty good. So let's add the skeleton UI here. So now we're going to have another div, class name equals flex item start gap 4 mb4. Close the div and then let's create another div and give it flex1. Close it again. Here we're going to have two skeleton UI. Just going to be h6 and w3/4 and mb2. Let's add another skeleton here. Just going to be h4 W full. Let's take a look. Refresh the page. This is how it looks like. Very nice. Then let's give it another flex item, which is going to have two more skeleton elements. Skeleton, class name h6 w16. Then another one. It's going to be h6 w20. Alright, so now if I refresh the page, you can already see how the items look like. So we have border, we have different padding here. We have added a flex 1 and then a flex gap 2 between these two elements. Now over here we have the two skeleton items. So maybe just literally remove this item, add a div here with mb12 which wraps this other element. So we have this flex and then another one which is gonna be w87 and w96. There we go. Now if I refresh the page, you can see how the items appear. Now it's like pretty close. It's not exactly the same, but you could try to tweak it so that it's literally the same and make it so that there is no layout shift. But it's looking already really good. Now instead of pink, if you want to give it some other color, you can as well. It just takes the primary color. But if I go here, it takes the BG accent. If you wanted to take primary, for example, just this, it can. Or if we wanted to take gray 100, refresh it, it looks, or gray 500, for example, right? Like whatever you want, whatever makes sense for the application, for instance, right? I think 300 is gonna look the best. So we could sort of tweak it to adjust it, for instance. And for this item itself, we have a min height of 180 pixels. So we could just do that. This way, the content is automatically gonna cover it. Now let's just give it a min of 200 because some cards are in fact taller. So they just replace it, right? So it looks better. And also let's go to the product card and I believe we gave a min height here Let's also change that to 200. So now the skeleton UI, as you can see here, is looking pretty good. And that's exactly what partial pre-rendering allows us to do. The content that's ready is readily available, but the content that's not ready is in fact showing a suspense boundary skeleton, and that does not stopping the initial content to render in. And you can also see over here in the Next.js that TurboPack is enabled, as well as task components are enabled as well. Alright, so this is looking really nice. So now it's time for us to implement the upvote and downvote button. So anytime a user upvotes, they can again upvote for that same product. We only give one vote, and if you downvote, you are downvoting your upvoted item. That's how simple it is. If you want to be generous and give more upvotes, you can totally do that. There are no restrictions like that. But in this case, I'm only implementing upvote and downvote here. For example, we can upvote and then we can downvote. So now let's implement that. So first off, if we go to the home page, these two buttons do nothing. We have created a button for that. So if we go back here, go to components, products, product card, we do have the voting buttons here, right? So how will we extract them out in its own component? So we can call them voting buttons.tsx. Just like that, let's remove all of this because we already have the code for it. Here, call this voting buttons. There we go. Add voting buttons here. Again, import all of them. Import cn, dev icon, errands, the down icon, and so on. We're passing a bunch of information here, such as has voted, and I guess the vote count as well. Here's no product.vote count here, and that's it. Similarly, on the product card, let's just pass these values too, so we can display them. There we go. So now we can still display them. As you can see, you cannot necessarily click on it. It takes you to the new card. So that's something we need to fix as well. But let's focus on the voting buttons now. So what we're going to do is whenever you increment this count or whether you're going to decrement this count, you're going to save that in the database. Now, if we go to our schema here and go to DB and schema, we have a vote count here. That's exactly where we are going to store it. So let's simply create a server action for that because it's going to increment. That means it's going to update the database. So you're also going to see how we're going to implement update. Now we already have actions for it, right? So if we go to DB or lib products actions, we already have a product action. Let's create a upvote action first. So this is going to be const upvote product action. This would need a product ID, for example, because we need to know which product to update and upvote. So let's wrap it in a try-catch block, for example, and we're going to use the same method here as we do. Success is going to be false and message is going to be failed to upvote. And if that's the case, vote count will be 0, for example. But if it is successful, first we need to check if the user is authenticated or not. So we have to check this again, wherein all of this is important. So we need to add that same code in here as well. Just making sure that it's a valid user, they are logged in. That means you need to be logged in to upvote other products as well. Next, now that we have done that, we can get the DB to update the data because this is an update operation on the products table, which comes from Drizzle. And then use the set function on it. And set function would simply take the column name and then we could simply upvote it. Now, if you want to write SQL queries, you could do so by using SQL feature from Drizzle. So here we can say greatest upvote +1. We don't want to upvote any product. We want to upvote a specific product. So here we could again use EQ. Q, it's going to be products.id. Then product ID here. Now product ID is going to be a number, which is exactly what we have here. So if this works, it's going to work. It's going to be fine. So let's see. Let's call this upvote product action in the button. So in terms of the vote button itself, let's create a onClick handler, which is going to be over here. So we can call this onClick. And then instead of calling that, let's just assign it to a function. handle upvote, and this function is going to in fact call upvote product action. Now we need the product ID, so we need to pass that, get that as a prop from the parent component. So in product card, we also need to get the product ID as well, which will be product.id. So now we have upvote product action. If it fails, we show a toast message to the user if we like, but we don't necessarily have to. We could just say, you could just not upvote for the user, for example. So let's just upvote for the user, and for us, let's just console log the result. Alright, but now the fact that we are using a on-click handler makes this a client component, so we need to add that. So now upvoting buttons is a client component because it has that functionality. Now if I click on upvote, it redirects us to a new page, and that's because this entire card has its own click handler, like a link component here. So a fix for this is to call a onClick over here div, pass an e tag, and say e.preventDefault and e.stopPropagation. So now if I click on this, you can see it's letting me because we have stopped the propagation here, for example. Obviously it's not incrementing, but if we go to the browser console and see, it says undefined. So we have upvote product action here. So let's see what happens. Let's see where it fails. We're not even returning anything. So we need to get some information and show that here. Right now, we are not showing any information to the user. Just hoping that it works. So over here, we could add a console log to see what is the actual error, and then accordingly go from there. And it might as well be the fact that we have not returned anything, right? So we don't need to return it, for example. So now if I refresh the page just to be sure, clear the browser console, and now let's increment it, and success. We do see product upvoted successfully, for example. So that means it works. You can see product upvoted successfully. So now if I refresh the page, we are now going to see 620 instead of 617 for parity kit, which is exactly what we want. Now we could implement something similar for download as well, right? It's the same function, except now this time we're going to call it downward product action. Now instead of showing +1, you're going to show -1 here. So now go back to voting buttons. Just make sure it should also say downvoted successfully, failed to download product, the same idea. So now if we go to voting buttons, over here, let's create a handle downvote. Let's do the same thing here, import downward product action, and just console log the result. Let's get rid of this. And just to make sure it's not disabled or anything, it's not. It's just that if it has voted, then it's not going to show the activated icon. So if I click on this, it has downvoted. If I refresh the page, you're now going to see 618. If I click on it again, and if I refresh it again, it's 617. Downvoted, refresh it, 616. So downward product action is also working. So you can see how simple it is to just simply add a server action, make sure to protect it, and then increment and write your SQL query here, which is pretty nice. However, if you notice here, we also want this product data that actually has been cached to update right away. We don't want to keep refreshing the page. In fact, because we're in development mode, it is disabling the cache, but it won't necessarily happen in production. So in order for us to implement that functionality, we just need to do one thing inside of the server action. We just need to call refresh. And refresh is a special function that allows us to refresh the client cache from the server action. It's useful as dynamic data can be cached on the client, which won't be refreshed by update tab. So we could just copy this and again go here and paste it. So now let's just refresh it one more time. If I refresh it, increment it, refresh it one more time. If I decrement it, it has reduced it, but it is not decrementing the data. But when I refresh it, it decrements. If I increment it or decrement it, we have to refresh this page. And that's because we are caching this featured today data. If I go down here and do the same thing, right? It's again caching the data. We don't want that. We basically want to update this cache, for example. So, the best way to do this is by calling a function called as revalidate. This specific function can just clear the cache, just like that. Same thing here. Let's call revalidate path here. It's gonna clear the cache every single time we increment or decrement. So if I click on this, it updated the count. Let me just refresh it one more time. But increment it updated it and automatically reflected the count. If I decrement it, it has decremented the count as well. Like it can take half a second, but it does decrement it. And that's the power of revalidate path. If you don't call revalidate path, then it's not going to decrement it. So keep that in mind. So revalidate path is a very handy little function. So our upvote and downvote is also working accurately. We can remove these console logs and simply just invoke it directly. Let's take a second to understand exactly what revalidate path does. Revalidate path in setup Next.js is a handy little function that allows us to purge the cache on demand for a specific app. So by default, Next.js is going to cache everything. In fact, if we go to product card, for example, the fact that it's in fact rendered inside of a page, so if we go to app folder, we go here, featured products. Featured products are in fact cached here, as you can see. There needs to be some way for us to purge the cache. We want to say we have new data now after a mutation has occurred. That means increment and decrement has been invoked. They're upvoting and downvoting the votes. So we could simply just call revalidate path to just increment and decrement the count, upvote and downvote, for example. And that's exactly what we did. And that is why it worked. So now if you saw, it did take a second for this backend to return the information and for the revalidate app to work as well. It can take a second. Sometimes if the server is slow, it can take longer. How do we solve this problem then? So in voting buttons, we could use a React hook called as use optimistic. This hook is amazing because it lets you optimistically update the UI, and this makes the user think that your server is really fast and everything is working instantly. It gives the user a perceived speed, which is what improves the user experience as well. And use optimistic is a very powerful hook. In fact, I use it throughout my Next.js course platform that I have built as well. So it is incredibly powerful and useful. So that's exactly what we are going to do here. Right here, we can just call optimistic word count, because that's exactly what we want to show the user, that we are optimistically incrementing it in a local state. And when the server returns the data, it was going to be instant as well. So again, let's call a set optimistic word count, but instead of use state, we're going to call use optimistic. Now use optimistic takes a few parameters. First of all, it will take a initial vote count. In our case, it's going to be this specific vote count. Let's call this initial vote count. This will be the data from the server, which we are going to take and store that inside of optimistic count. User increments it. We are going to increment the initial vote count plus 1. And that's this second function it's going to do. So it will take the current count and change, which is a number. And then it's going to say, need one more thing, which is math.max, current count plus change. And it should be the opposite. math.max 0, this. There we go. So now it's going to just increment it and store it. And this is going to be the default value, for example, and it's going to increment it. So now what we need to do is in handle upvote, we need to use it. In handle upvote, we need to say set optimistic vote count, which is this setter that we have. And this is where we are going to increment it by 1, because we already know what the initial vote count is from the server. So we're just going to give it 1. And this will be current. This will be initial vote count plus 1. And that's how it's going to increment it. Similarly, for decrementing it, we are going to do -1, for example. And it's going to decrement the count. Now, if we go here, you're going to see vote count is no longer defined. Now, instead of showing the server count, we are going to show the optimistic vote count now. Now you get the idea, right? We have this value. So now if I refresh the page, you're going to see that it automatically incremented. And it's instant, right? See, it's super instant. Versus earlier, it would take like half a millisecond or something. But as you see here, it's going to return an error saying that an optimistic state update occurred outside a transition. To fix this, move the update to an action or wrap with start transition. And that's the other hook that we are going to use. Use transition. It's a React hook that doesn't block the UI thread, but instead renders the part of the UI in the background. This is again very powerful to perform non-blocking updates. Now, if the rest of the user can still click on the rest of the page while this action is in progress. And since we're optimistically doing something, we need to wrap it in a use transition hook. So here's what we're going to do. Again, whenever you're using use optimistic, you always need to use transition as well. Is pending is the state, and start transition is what we need to call, and we get it from the hook use transition from React. It allows components to avoid undesirable loading states by waiting for content to load before transitioning to the next frame. Again, it does a lot. It is very powerful. The part where we increment and decrement with optimistic hook is where we need to wrap it. So we just need to wrap this, and let's remove this. Again, let's remove this duplicate downward product action code. That's it. And now if you want to show some sort of a loading UI to the user while that happens, we could do that too. So here we could say if it's pending, then show a loader. Otherwise, show a optimistic count. Instead of loader to, let's say loader to icon. Just to be consistent and to know that this is the icon. So we are giving it a spinner. So now if I increment it increments its renderings, which is why it's slow, right? Decrement it decrements, for example. It's gonna be super instant actually, right? Or maybe this loader is slowing things down. So let's see what happens. If I remove this loader and bring it back, it's actually instant. So we don't need the loader here. But what we could do instead is disable the button, for example. So if it's pending, let's not get the user to press again until it happens. It's a bit slow here. So that's why it's rendering, right? Which is why it's still disabled. So that's a very good example for how this is going to work. And let's remove the unused imports and get it from components UI. There we go. Alrighty, so now our upward and downward buttons are also working really well. But you could already see the power of using server actions inside of Next.js because we were simply able to create this amazing, beautiful UI, provide a really solid user experience simply by just using it. Now it's time for us to build the individual product pages. We show more information and also give the user an ability to upward and downward here as well. Plus, we get them to visit the website as well. So let's go ahead and build that page. So if you go to the dynamic product page, this is exactly where we want to build it. We already have added the featured products here, for example, and we have this dynamic page setup as well. So let's just do one thing. This specific ID honestly means nothing because this ID is something that could be anything. Ideally, we would want this to be a slug. So let's just go ahead and rename this and call this a slug instead. Now this time, we want this to be a slug and then slug. Now it's going to return a 404, right? Because this slug does not exist. Similarly, when we go to the link component in product card, this is where we link it. We just say product.id, let's just say slug. Now, when you navigate to it, to refresh it, and now when you navigate to it, it says parity kit instead of earlier where it said nothing. This time, we also need to update the slug as well and this is also going to be a slug. So now if I refresh it, it's still giving us a 404 value. Let's remove this. Let's stop the server, restart it. Let's restart the server. And there we go. Now we have product parity kit displaying on the page. Sometimes you have to keep in mind that when you're working with Next.js and if you've had your server running for a very long time, it's best to just restart it because we have to make sure that the functionality that we're expecting is working. In this case, we did everything right and still it was returning a 404. So we had to restart the server for this to work. Alrighty, so now we just need to fetch the product by the slug. This way we could just display all the information here. So now in order for us to fetch it, let's create a GET request, which is gonna be get product by slug and pass in the slug value. Now get product by slug does not exist. So let's go ahead and create it. So if we go to lib products and product select, let's create a get product by slug over here. So now we can say product will be await and then db dot select, because it's going to be a get request from products dot where eq, and we just want to compare the slug. Products dot slug equals the slug. There we go. And this time we just want to return products, get the 0th value if it does exist. Else, let's just return null. And only the first one should exist. So let's just go ahead and import get product by slug. So now, this time, let's add some more information here. Let's show some product name or something like that, right? So here we could do name, description, product URL, and so on. So let's just print the name for now. So now if I refresh the page, you can now see parity kit. And if you just simply add description here, you're gonna also see the description too. That means our get request is working very well. So now we could simply just create the page. But before we do, what if we were to enter a slug that does not exist? For example, Anki, that doesn't exist. This is gonna break our product. We don't even want to query it if we know the slug doesn't exist, if there is no product, because get product by slug can return null. So in that case, we could just check if there is no product, then simply return a not found page instead, which is this page could not be found. And that means this product is not found, right? We won't get to here. We won't unless there is a valid product, there is a slug. So now going back here, let's continue designing the page. Now let's give it a wrapper, theme, or instead, let's give py16 over here. There we go. It has that vertical spacing. And let's continue styling this page. So first off, we're going to have a link component. There's going to be an href to /explore page. And they're gonna have a arrow left icon. It's gonna be class name of size 4. Let's close this. Let's call this back to explore. Import the icon. Need to style it. So now if you see this icon, it's just like this. So we just need to make sure it's on the same page, same line. So we have flex, item center, gap 2. Let's just call this inline flex gap 2, and let's give it a text muted foreground. However, it's gonna be text foreground. Give it a margin bottom 8 and transition colors. There we go. You can already see if I go back, it goes back to explore. Let's give it a grid. Grid calls 1. On mobile, we want it to be column 1, but on desktop, we want it to be 2 columns. Because as you can see here, this is mobile, but if I expand it, it's actually 2 columns. And then it goes back to the bottom. Again, let's give it a gap of 8, MB 12. Now we just need a section header here, which we always do. Before we do, let's give those 2 divs. So we are going to have one div and the next div. For the first div, again, we can say large call span 2 space y6. But then inside that, we are going to have a div flex item start gap 6 Go. And now you're gonna, over here is what we're trying to code, right? So now let's give it a div flex1 min w0. And this is where the section header comes in play. So we give it a section header here. The title will be the name. Icon will be the star icon, and description will be description. Now let's import the star icon. If there is no description, return empty. There we go. For reserve description, let's use the tagline instead. So let's get tagline as well. And this is the tagline. Very nice. Right under the section headers is where we show the tags. So here we could get flex wrap, gap 2. Let's loop through them. Give it a badge. Now you want to make sure we get the badge from the badge component from Shadcn UI. And let's add a question mark. Now if you see, tags are right here. We have the badge. The variant is gonna be secondary. That fixes the color. And we don't want to close this here. We want to close this here. There we go. Now we also need to wrap a div around it, which is gonna be MB6 or the section header. So there it is. All right. Let's add a description. It's gonna be pros neutral. Dark is gonna be pros invert, max w none. This is just gonna be description. Now we still need to add a about title. So we can say text excel font semi bold MB4. Gonna have about. For the description, it will have a p tag. Class name will be text muted foreground leading relax. There we go. I believe we need to move this one level up or maybe one level down. There we go. Now for the meta information. So now we have this about. So now let's work on the product details section. Who launched it when, submitted by, and so on. So now for the meta information, we're going to have a border rounded large, P6, BG, primary, /10, which will have a opacity of 10. And then H2 will be text large, font, semi-bold, MB4. And this is going to be product details. Now we are going to just show some information such as when was it launched and so on. So let's give it some equal spacing here. This time we could just create an array with label will be launched, value will be created at. So we can just say new date created at. Let's map it and show it. This way we could start seeing it as well. So we could say label, value, icon will be icon from Lucid React. Let's show it on the page. So we have the div. Let's show the icon. There's an icon, then just show it. Size 4 text muted background. Then we have a span of simply just text muted background. And for the value, again, it will be font medium. And now let's just give it a flex item center, gap 2. Let's give it more gap and text SM. There we go. So now we have the launch date here as well. The icon needs to render because we have not given it an icon yet. So let's just give it a calendar icon. Now we see the icon too. Next, we need to see when was it submitted or who submitted it. So we can say submitted by user icon. You don't need to show all the information, just submitted by and user icon. There we go. So now it was submitted by parity because as you remember, this was part of the dummy data. When was it launched and so on. So now we have the right hand side column, which will be call span of 1. So large will be call span 1. So now here, let's make it sticky. Top 24, space Y4. Give it a voting section. So we focus on this area right here with the voting buttons, with the featured product or not, and visit website. Class name of border, rounded large, 6, BG, background. Then another div, text center, MB6. Let's create support this product. Now in support this product, let's give it a text SM, text bold, or text muted foreground, which is going to be the color, and MB2. Let's just render the vote button, or then we call it voting buttons. Product ID will be product.id, and that's it. Honestly, we could just remove this because we don't use it. Honestly, we could just make this optional. Alrighty. So now we have the voting buttons as well. We're supporting the products. And if the vote count is greater than 100 is where we want to show that it was in fact featured. So we can say PT6 border team, and let's show a badge icon. Or honestly not an icon, just the badge component. So let's remove the badge. Oh no, we did import the badge component, which is what we want. So let's have the badge, class name, W full, justify center, TY2, and then gonna be a featured product. There we go. So now it is a featured product, and now let's show the website URL. So if it exists, then let's show a button which looks like a link. So let's give it a child. Button is gonna be UI button from Shadcn. Give it a class name of W full, rounded large. That the variant is gonna be outline. And then here, let's give it a anchor tag. And here's why we are not using the Next.js link component. And that's because if it's an external link, Next.js link component is not going to do much. So you could just simply use a anchor tag. Anchor tag which opens in a new tab. Give it an anchor tag, right? And then here, let's just show visit website with external link icon. Size will be 4 and ML2. There we go. So now our product is looking really good. So now if we open this up, it's not actually showing 2 columns, so we need to fix that. Let's remove this entirely. Now, still not showing it. So we gotta fix that. I believe there is an additional div somewhere that is not showing. I believe an additional div somewhere is actually closed early or something. So if we expand this, it's still not 2 columns. So it's because we are saying it's call span 2 and call span 1, but we are still giving it grid calls 2. Now, as we do that, this is going to be call span 2 and the call span 1. So it's working well and looking really good on mobile as well as desktop, so it's fully responsive. Now we can remove this unused icon as well. Let's go ahead and build the explore page. This is a page where you can browse and discover amazing projects from the community. You can upload, download for sure, but you also would be able to filter the trending products, the most recent products. You can search through products and so on as well. So as you can imagine, for this specific page, we are going to continue using the product card here. We'll use the input box from Shadcn UI. This is going to be a primary button. This is going to be a secondary button. We're going to use a section header here. So you can start to see how the components and the architecture we have built, we are able to repurpose it throughout our application. Once we're able to put this together, we can talk about the data fetching strategy. So first off, let's go ahead and create a new folder and call this explore. In the explore page, let's call a file called as page.tsx, so that explore gets exposed to the Next.js app router as a public route. Let's do that. And now you're going to see when you go to explore page, the text has appeared. So first off, we call this explore page. And now let's give it a py20 and a div of class name wrapper like we usually do. Then we have a section header where the title will be explore all products. Then we have an icon, which is a compass icon. Let's import that. And then in terms of the description, we could just copy this and add it here. There we go. So now if we go back, our explore page is already looking a lot better. So now let's go ahead and build this product explorer. We have a list of product cards here that we'll loop through, but we also have the search and these two buttons. So if you think about how we want to structure it, for example, let's go ahead and first of all extract this out so we could create a new product explorer component, and then inside of products we can call this product explorer.tsx. Let's go ahead and import it in here. There we go, product explorer. Now inside the product explorer we're gonna have a few things. First off, we will have a input box, which is from Shadcn UI. We will have two buttons. Button 1 is gonna be a trending button, and button 2 will be a recent button. Just adding the architecture here. Then we would need to create this class called as grid wrapper, and then let's add the product card like we did earlier. There we go. And we don't have a product yet, so we can remove this for now. But now you can see we have the trending button as well. We could give it some sort of a structure here. You can say it's gonna be flex call, and then small devices onwards can be flex row, gap 4, and MB8. Then we will have two divs. One will have a flex 1 relative, which will be an input, and then the other one will have the two buttons, flex, gap. There we go, which will have the recent button and the trending button. And this needs to be wrapped here. There we go. So now they're next to each other. Now these two have an icon, as you see here, the trending icon and the recent icon. So we could also add that here. So this is gonna have a trending up icon, and then the recent one will have a clock icon. There we go. Both of them will have a size of 4. So now you can see both of them have that. The variant for trending will be outlined. Now we're gonna have this tag show 8 products, which is gonna be grabbed from the database, like whatever products are there in the community. And then we have these list of cards. So we already know how to get these cards, right? We already have a query for that. So if we go to lib products, the product select, we have recently launched products, we have get all products, and that's the query we want. So we could just simply grab that here. You can say products equals awaits get all products and import it. And this becomes an async function now. And now, right here, we could simply map through products.map. And if we go back here, now you're already gonna see the list of products here, right? We have the text, we have the upvote and downvote. Same thing here too, for example. So it's already looking so much better, and you can already see it's already responsive as well. And then we also need to show this text, show 8 products. So this text will come somewhere here, and that will simply be show products dot length products, show 9 products, and then it will have some styling of its own. So we can add MB6, wrap this div around, and then for the P tag, it will have text small, text muted foreground. Now if you look at it, we're gonna show that there are 9 products here, for example. So far, our product page is looking really good. We need some spacing here, but other than that, our page is looking pretty good. We have an input box, 2 buttons, we have these cards, and so on as well. If we take a look, we have MB8 here, and then if we go back here, let's add another div here to fix the spacing, which is gonna be MB6. Or let's give it more spacing, 12. Apple. Now inside this input box, there's also an icon which says search product. So let's design the input here. So input is gonna be type text, placeholder will be search products, class name will have PL10 where we could give we could show the icon, and we need some value here. We don't know yet we're not storing that value yet. And it also gonna have an on-change handler, but let's hold on for a second there. Then we'll have a search icon with class name of absolute, left 3, top half, negative translate y, muted foreground, size 4. There we go. So now you can already see it's looking so much better by adding this search icon here. So PL10 gave the spacing, and that's where we absolute position the icon here. So now let's talk about how do we add interactivity to it. So whenever we type anything in here, we want to automatically filter the text. So this means if we try to look for any data, for example, if we try to search for any product such as parity, then that product should automatically get filtered. But there's a problem here, right? If we were to add a onChange handler, which would detect what that value is going to be, the minute we do so, we need to change and turn this component into a client component. So how do we do that in a way that we are able to add interactivity? And we also have a database call here. So what we could do is, first of all, move this query one level up. Turn this page into an async function and get all products here and pass the products down one level. This way, we could turn it into a client component. And this would be type of, or let's say infer, select model type of product. Let's import that here from Drizzle. So if we say array of this, then let's do this. And products can come from Drizzle. But let's see if we have a type for this. We don't. We could simply just move this type in here, export it. This way we could use the same product type everywhere else. Let's import this. Let's get rid of these two. And now we could just say product type. And this is not what we call it here. So let's just call product type. And now let's import product type from types. There we go. And there's another spot we are trying to do it. We're trying to infer it. So let's remove this as well. Now we can just say product type here. This is where we are actually exporting it. And we could remove the unused import from here too. So going back, now we could turn this into a client component and remove async keyword from here. We could simply add the onChange handler because it's gonna work. So we could track a state here called as search query, and then automatically set the state. So by default, we can create a state here. Now here's the thing. There are two options for us. One is that we could create a search and store it in a state, add the onChange handler, and then update the products. The second way is to use the URL and add a query string to it. Either approaches are fine. Let's go with the React way of doing things for now. So now here we could say search query and set search query, get use state, and then over here we're gonna have set search query is e.target.value, and we could simply just call it directly, for example. And now the value here could be the search query. So the minute I search something, the state should get updated. The value should get updated because we are setting the search query here. Now we also need to update the products based on what we search. So for that, we need another function. So here we could look for it. So products.filter and then update it. So for that, we could add a use effect here. Let's call it based on search query. So whenever search query changes, it's gonna update the use effect. And if there is a search query, for example, greater than 0, then call this. So filter products is gonna just filter the data, set it. However, we also need to set it in filter products as well. So let's create a new state for filtering the products. By default, it will be whatever comes from the database. We filter the products, filter product results, and then set it over here. There we go. You don't need this else condition. We can copy this, paste it, and then update the products here. And now this time we are just gonna show filtered products here. Filtered product, filter products, and so on. So now if I search parity, it shows up. But if I get rid of it, it does not show up. So if it's not the case, then set filtered products is just gonna be products. So if I say remove it, it goes back to how it was. So now we are seeing this error here. So if we take a look at our problems tab, you're gonna see that it says calling set state synchronously. It can cause unintended problems, right, within an effect, causing cascading renders. Instead, to fix this, we can simply use memo. So here's what we can do. Just say filtered products equals use memo. from React. And then do the same thing here. Then we're saying if search query is greater than 0, then filter them and return the products. This and remove this entirely. This way, we won't even need to create a new state. And now the error is gone. So now if we remove this, the error is gone completely. And now if I look for whatever parity kit, it works. Now if you take a look, there's another error here, and that's because of cache components. We'll take a look at that in a second. But you're going to see that this specific filtering works with useMemo. So let's take a look at this error now. We see uncached data was accessed outside of Suspense. And that's because over here we are trying to get the products. So let's simply cache it. Now, if you refresh it, it's gone. You can still get the products here. So we can still have a client component inside of a cache. Client component will always render in the browser and so on. While they're at it, let's fix the imports here too. All right. So now the next step is the search is working, but we want the trending button to also work. Now, we could just simply use this same block here, right, to check if it's trending or not. So if there is a search query, then return that and it works. If there is no search query, then you could just simply add a switch statement, which is gonna have a query called as sort by. You can have a switch statement here. And for that, we're gonna store it in a new state called as set sort by. You wanna sort by trending or do you wanna sort by recent? And the default values are gonna be trending or recent or newest, for example. And by default, it's just going to be pending. Otherwise, we could sort it. So now in the switch statement, we could say if there is a sort by, then we could say if it's trending, then we want filtered products.sort, and then let's do it by votes, for example. Then the second case is going to be if it's by recent, then we want the filtered products to be filtered products by sort to be created at. So maybe it can be new date created at. And then let's also add the default case, which is why it's complaining. Default will simply be return products or return filtered products, for example. We have the switch. Instead of filtered products, it's going to be products. Can get rid of this completely. Now, instead of it should be b.created at, pass in default values, or so on. There we go. And now it can also have a sort by value as well. So this is what we're doing. We're sorting it if it's by trending. We're again sorting it based on created at, and we're sorting it based by the newest. And by default, it's going to be trending. And now in the buttons themselves, we can set the sort by. So here we could say the on-click handler is gonna be set sort by to be trending. On-click handler would be recent. And by default, it's trending. So it all works out. So now, if I press trending or press recent, nothing happens. We don't even know what's happening here. Press trending, press recent, we have an error, hydration fail, we'll fix that. So at this point, we are directly filtering it. We are directly sorting it. How about we create a duplicated products and then update that? This way the state also gets updated. Because at this point it's not. So we could say filtered equals and then spread the products. Now we can just change this to click on filtered, and so on. And then we can change this to const. So just by spreading it, it's gonna update the data now. So now if I say press trending, it works. If I press recent, then it works as well. And this was just the basics of React. We're trying to introduce the problems and then show you exactly how to solve it. Alrighty. So now our sorting is working really well as well. However, when you press on the button, it's not showing that it's pressed. It's not displaying any state to us. So we could just tweak it. Let's do if sort by is trending, then show default, otherwise not. Similarly, over here, if sort by is recent, show default or not. So by default it's trending, otherwise it's recent. So we could like search. Email works as well, trending, recent, and so on. So it all works well together. Alrighty, so a product page is also pretty much good to go. You can already see that we are able to sort the products and filter by different items, by different states, such as trending or recent and so on. So let's go ahead and build the admin page. At this point, the admin page does not exist. It returns a 404. This specific admin page can only be accessed by admins, as the name indicates. Now, if we go to manage account, you're going to see this admin option, which no other users are going to see, only the admins are going to see. They can click on go to admin panel to then go to the specific admin panel. And this admin panel allows you to review and manage your submitted products. If there's a product that doesn't match to the vibe of the platform you're creating, you could simply reject it. But it also tells you which products have pending approval, which are approved, which are rejected, and so on. So let's go ahead and build it. First off, let's go ahead and create a new folder called as admin. And here we're going to create a new route as page.tsx, which exposes admin page. We don't need this yet, but we need an admin page. Now you see admin page here. Now we don't want this admin page to be accessed by anyone. We want it to be accessed only by admins. So for that, we're going to head to Clerk. And in Clerk, in users, we are going to add a special permission here. So we have a public metadata information. Right here, we could edit it and add any information we like. So here we can just say, is admin is actually true, for example. And let's go ahead and save it. So now, for this user, the admin is true. For the rest of them, it's just going to be false because this is not something that can be set for everyone else. So now that we have that information, we could check if the user that has logged in, for example, we could get the information. So we could say await auth from Clerk. And if we go to auth, there's a bunch of information here. So let's get the user ID from here. For example, use this specific API called as getUser. So we could get the user from Clerk as well, which is going to be available on Clerk client. I can say response equals await Clerk client, which again needs to be the server part because you're on the server, dot users dot get user an ID client, and then get the user here. Now, if there is no user ID, that means they're not signed in. So let's just redirect them to sign in page. However, if there is one, then here we need to check the metadata information. So let's console log this to see what metadata information we get. So now if I refresh the page, you're going to see uncached data was accessed. Again, because this we need to specify, it's a new page, so we need to specify whether it needs to be cached or not. However, let's just hold on for a second. Let's look at this data. You can already see all the information here. So we have user for is admin. You're going to see that in the public metadata inside of there, for example. So let's get that. So now we can get metadata equals user dot public metadata, and is admin will be metadata dot admin equals to true. It's just gonna be just like this. Everyone else is just gonna be false. If it's not an admin, then redirect to home. So now if I refresh the page, we are still seeing the admin page. So let's go ahead and change this to false. Go back here, say false. Now let's refresh the page and we should be redirected to home because we are no longer an admin. So that's how it works. And having this information here, right, where is admin is true and it's actually manually set on the Clerk side, it makes it super secure. No one can simply hack anything. All right, so now if we go to /admin, it shows us the admin page. So this is how you could check if someone is an admin or not and show them the page. Okay, so now we have the admin page. So now let's go ahead and build it. So again, first off, we are going to need a class name, py20. We're going to need wrapper, a section header, as well. So get the section header, a shield icon, for example. Honestly, it doesn't matter which icon you get, but let's get the one that I have, a shield icon. And then the text is gonna be review and manage submitted products. And this would be product admin. All right. So now you have the section header here. Now let's build the rest of the page. Now that we have a section header, let's also give it a margin bottom of 12. There we go. And now we could build the rest of the content. So first off, we have this card we need data for. So we need how many products are pending, approved, and rejected. Then we need the pending products information. So let's create that now. Here we are going to need some stats card, for example. It will be grid calls 1, small grid calls 2, in large let's just do grid calls 4, and gap is gonna be 4. There we go. And now we need some stats that we need to map through that we will add. But every stat is gonna need a few things, such as let's create it. For example, they're gonna need status, badge, card. And this is provided in the globals.css file. A p tag for the label, and then another p tag for the count, for example. So you can see label and count here. So label will be total, count will be 8. All right. Now we also give a different color to each one as well. So let's create an array here. And we are gonna need to query each one individually. We want pending products.length, we want approved.length, pending.length, total.length, rejected.length, and so on. So for that, let's just go ahead and create a bunch of queries that we're gonna need. First off, let's create a stats array. And here we can say label will be total, count will be, for now, let's hard code it. And let's also give it a color. Total will be BG, primary 10. Similarly, something for pending. Pending will be yellow, 500. Then we are gonna need approved, which will be green, 500. And then we're gonna need rejected, which will be red, 500. So now this is gonna be approved, this is gonna be rejected with a capital first letter. So now let's just do stats.map, add the label as the key as well. Alternatively, we can just destructure these three and do the same here. Now let's also add a CN attribute and add color at the end as well. And now you're gonna see total, pending, approved, and rejected show up exactly how you want it. Now let's style the p tag here. Text SM, text muted foreground, MB1. There we go. And then for the next p tag, we're gonna need text 3XL and font bold. There it is. Our UI is looking very similar. All right. So now we could start passing on the data here. So what we could do is just create a new component now, because it's again getting really long. So we could just create a new folder for admin and add a component for stats card. Let's copy paste it. Let's move all of this in there. There we go. And for the stats, let's also move it in there as well. And there we go. And we don't need to pass in any prop here. All right. And let's import CN. Then let's render the stats card right here. Now this one, it's going to be from the admin. There we go. So now the number is the same. So if you think about it, you still need to pass these numbers. But if you take a look at the rest of the page, we're going to need pending data here, all data here. So it makes sense for us to make the API call in here. Let's remove the unused import. And now next, let's go ahead and write the queries. So if we go to lib, we have products, select, and we could get all products. But in this case, we also want to show all the products, not just approved products, for example. So this one, let's just rename it to get all approved products. Let's see get all products. Where are they called? Let's rename it to approved products here. And now it's not called anywhere. And now let's just get all the products. Let's get all the products here. So now if we go back to the admin page, let's say all products will be called. Then we also need the approved products. So we could call get approved products here. Then also need get pending products. But if you take a look, literally there's only one property that changes, not all of it. So instead of trying to query the database again and again, we can just call get all products and then filter it. So here we could say approved products, not the count, approved products equals all products.filter is approved. Same thing for pending and rejected as well. And now let's just pass the count in there, because we already know what the count is going to be. Approved will be this. Approved, pending, and rejected. That will be the count. All will be all product. So now if we go to stats card, let's get all of that information. All of them will be a number, and this will be all, this will be pending, this will be approved, and this will be rejected. Alrighty. So now if I refresh the page, you're gonna see 8 total cards and 8 approved products. There are 8 total products and there are 8 approved products, because we haven't rejected anything yet. Alright. And now that we have rendered the stats card, let's render the pending products. So now let's create a section here, MY12 with the margin. Here let's give it a section header with count style. Now let's do h2 and then class name of text to Excel font board. And here it can say pending products. The count is going to be rendered here. So let's do pending products.length. So now if we go back here, you see 2 pending products. You're looking at the wrong page. It's actually here. So there are 11 total products, 9 approved and 2 pending, which makes sense. So now we have the h2. So now let's render it. Then the section header. So here we could say space y4 to give vertical spacing. And now we could just render the pending products and get the product card from here, which is product card. And if we take a look here, this is how the card looks like now. It's no longer a product card. It in fact has some of the same elements, but it looks different now. So now let's create another product card called as the admin product card.real6. This one, let's just do this, import the product type, and let's get that one in here instead. So now you're going to see the 2 cards here, and this is where we can have the approved or not products. So now if we go back to styling the product card, you're going to have a lot of the same things, to be honest. It will have a div of class name, border, rounded large, B6, BG, background, our shadow MD, transition, shadow, something like that. Then we will have a flex call, large will be flex row, large will be item start, large will be justify between. And let's give it also a gap of 6. And now this is where we're going to add the header. If we take a look at the other cards, it's very similar. So let's just grab some of the styling from there. Products, product card. This is how the card looks like. And this is the product card. So it makes sense for us to just call this a card component, wrap it in a card, just like that. Then let's remove the h2. Then in this div here are the card title, product name. Then we're going to have the card description, product description. For example, you can see here, right? Then we're going to have a bunch of tags. Instead of description, this should be a tagline. Then we're going to have a bunch of badges, which can simply come from here. Here we go. Get the badge. Oops. Get the badge. Get this star icon. You don't care about being featured. We need the badges. So not the vote count, actually. We need the badges, which is gonna be this. Get that. There we go. A card is coming along really well, which could wrap this whole thing. Div from here. Description could have equal spacing, as you can see over here. That 4. The next line is we need who is it by. So we could just say a p tag. It's going to be by who submitted it. Then we will have a date, which is going to be created at. Then we are going to have another p tag, which is going to be simply visit website. So, and this in fact will be a no website, then it just returns an empty string. Alright, and now this entire thing will come in a div because it's all on the same line. Let's add a flex, and you can already see this is all there, but we need a bit more cap, so you can say cap x4, cap y2, text sm, text muted program. And then for this one, we just need a span, which will be a span font bold. This is a bold font. Then we have the date, which needs to be formatted differently. So we can say new date to ISO string. Let's remove this. And if you take a look at the date, there was a date formatting that we used earlier, so we could just use that as well if we like. So here we can just use new date time format. So it's still not the same, but we need to pass in what type of format we want. So we just need to pass in year will be numeric, month and day, and this one would be short. There we go. So now we have been able to render the date as well. And let's only do that if it exists. So we don't need to. Alrighty. So now we have the card ready to go. We just need to tweak the title a bit large. We don't need to make it bold. Let's do Excel, font, semi-bold. And now we're going to have a delete button at the end, which is going to be in the footer. And this is where a button called as a delete button will come. So we are going to have a variant of outline and a icon for trash. Size 4. No. All right. So now we have a delete button as well. Now all of this comes in a div, but this other thing, which will also come in a large will be shrink 0, and we are going to add the approve reject buttons right there. And this honestly would be admin actions component, which will have approved or reject. So let's just keep it over here. This one will have another div. Let's call this flex1 min w0 space y4. So that's it. So now if I add hi here, it's still coming here, but let's move that side. This one would actually be inside. These buttons put me inside the card as well. Alrighty. So now if we expand this, you're going to see hi comes to the right hand side. Cool. So now we could start building the admin actions here. But before we do that, let's also wrap up the rest of the page where we can just show all content, all products. This, like we have pending products, let's add another one. For example, let's call this all products. In all products, we can just show all the products here. Instead of pending products, it will be all products. For example, there it is. Now, you still need to code the admin actions, but so far it's looking really good. So let's go ahead and build the admin actions. So that remove this, remove the unused imports, and let's create a new file, call it admin actions.tsx. Render it inside the product card. Now, admin actions, let's just give it a space y2 and let's create buttons. Now we only want to show admin actions to begin with, like any of the actions such as approve and reject buttons, if only if it's pending. So let's get the status here, which will be status as a string. And if the status is pending, we want to show the button. Otherwise, we don't want to show the button. So if we take a look, there are two pending products. So these two, but they don't have a button yet, so we need to do that. But we also need to show a approved status as well, which will be in here in the admin product card. So right in here we display the tags. So let's move this flex one and closing div for this and all the way to the bottom. So let's add that here. Now you can just see add approved, which is right underneath. Well, let's give it a div. So in terms of approval, let's add it as part of the title, which will be a badge. Would be product.status. There we go. Now this will be flex, justify between, and that's where the status comes in. And in terms of class name, we need to give this as a class name. So let's do this. So if it's pending, then we want it to be a specific color. If it's approved, then a specific color. If it's rejected, then a specific color. For example, approved, pending, or rejected. And let's use a 600. This way it's visible. There we go. Alrighty, so now we know that these two have the pending status. And now admin means the status too. Admin actions. So if we go back here, we have the status, product status or empty. This will have approved or rejected buttons. So it will have a check circle icon, size 4, or it will have a reject the egg circle icon. This will be a div, gap 2. This way there are these two, there's a gap between the buttons. It would be default, variant would be destructive. Either approve it or reject it. And let's also give it a class name of hover, cursor, pointer. Same thing here as well. This way there's a cursor when we delete it. Alrighty, so now we have approve or reject. So when you press approve, it should approve the product. If you press reject, it should reject the product. Let's go ahead and build that. Let's remove the unused imports, fix the button, and so on. Alright, so now let's create a on-click handler for this, then an on-click handler for this. These have to be a point component. So let's add a handle approve and a handle reject. Similarly, handle approve, handle reject. Handle approve would mean we need to approve the action here, and handle reject would mean we would have to reject the action here. So inside of handle approve, we just add await approved product action. And inside of handle reject, we show reject product action. And also need to pass in the product ID because we need to tell which item to approve or reject. Obviously, these don't exist. This needs to be async as well as this one too. So let's go ahead and create it. So now go back to the lib folder. Let's create a new folder here called as admin. And let's call these admin actions.tsx. In this case, this is going to be a server action, both of them. So let's add a use server. Let's create the two functions here. Import them, import the reject action as well. Now, product ID is in fact going to be product type of ID. Same thing here as well. ID from the product ID, our ID. So now we just need to call the DB, which comes from the folder DB, update it, call products, set the status to be approved. So set status to be approved where EQ equals products or ID, and products comes from the schema. Again, let's add this in a try catch block. Same idea here as well. Now let's return success true, product approved successfully. Same thing here, the exactly same idea except that it's going to be rejected, and we are going to say product rejected successfully. So these two actions are exactly the same, accept, and this is an approved action, and that's a rejected action. Now, on top of that, we also want to add another field, which is that what time it was approved at and what time it was rejected at. Or I guess we approved at would be what we care about. So in the case of rejected, we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so our approved hen action is also ready to go. Product ID is not passed in, so let's pass the product ID. And this is gonna be product type of ID. Let's import the product ID. And this will also be, if there is no product ID, there should always be a product ID. It's not optional anymore. Now, let's also pass in the product ID as product.id. Perfect. So now let's just refresh this page one more time. These are pending, the developer to leader course. Let me go ahead and approve it. But before I do, it immediately strikes me that we also need to revalidate the path, because we need to say that, hey, now there is new data. So let's refresh the cache. Same thing here as well. Let's refresh the cache too. There we go. So now let's go ahead and approve this. It's gone from parity kit. And if we go all the way to the bottom, let's see, developer to leader course is right here. Now if I go to home, we should see in all products a developer to leader course. There we go. That's awesome. Now this is the Cursor AI video course. I'm going to go ahead and reject. The minute we do, this is a rejected product. So now it's rejected as the status, and it should not show up in this app. And it doesn't show up. So that's exactly how the admin page should function. We no longer have any pending products anymore. And as we show here, if there are no pending products, we should just show some sort of an empty state. So let's go to the pending product section. And here, let's say if there are no pending products, then say that there are no pending products, but let's give it a bit more styling. So here, let's render div class name empty state import empty state component, which is right here, which we have used it before. So we don't need to create a new div here. Now we should just say no pending products to review. And for the icon, let's just say the inbox icon. So now if we go back here, look at that. We do show no pending products to review as a empty state. Perfect. And our rejected status has also been incremented to 1. There are no pending products, 11 approved and 10 approved and 11 total. That means our admin actions are also pretty much ready to go. Now there's one last piece. When you go to your manage account settings, you should see a admin option if you are an admin. This way you know what permissions you have. So let's go to components, admin, or let's go to common and header. And we also need to update this sign-in status too. Because right now, I believe we already did. We don't need that anymore, so we can remove it. But if we go to custom user button, we have manage organization switcher. We need another one, which is an admin option. So in this case, let's do admin. And then the label would be building to icon. URL will be /admin. And right here, let's render a admin panel. We don't need an organization switcher here. We just need a link that goes to admin, calls the admin panel. There we go. Now, we just need to style it. So here we can say it's going to be W full, justify, start. And for the admin panel, size will be the default size, but class name also be start. There we go. All right. So now if we go here, go to manage account, go to option. This says organization. It should say admin. So let's close this, open it again, and now it says admin and it takes us to admin panel. If we click on it, it's rendering right now because the server has been on forever, but you can see it shows the admin panel. It takes us there. URL will be admin. Perfect. So if we try it again, go to admin, go to admin panel. We are in the admin panel. Alrighty, so this is working really well together as well. So now in the header, We have the server stuff, right? We can add the same code that we did here. Let's remove the unused imports here. Alrighty, so that's it. So that's all for the admin functionality. Alright, so we have finally wrapped our entire application. And now you have learned how to build a Next.js 16 app. This is incredible, and you should give a pat on your back for completing this specific course. You have not only mastered Next.js, but you have also built an app that you could show off on your portfolio. Now, let's go ahead and deploy our application so that you can share that URL with anyone you like. Now, let's get ready to deploy our application so you could share this specific portfolio or with your friends or whoever you like. Let's evaluate the application and evaluate our caching strategy. Because we implemented cache components and we could be adding caching in a variety of different places. If we go to app and go to page.tsx, the fact that this is not an async function means that it's going to be statically rendered. However, if we go to hero section, again static because there is no async function. If you go to featured products, you can see that this is already cached, so we could remove the commented out code. And if we go to await featured products, it's already cached. So we are good in terms of the featured product. Then let's head to recently launched products. This is a dynamic component because we have called connection over here. And we could remove this set timeout because we don't need to slow down our database call. If you look at get approved products, these products are not cached. So we could try to cache it. Now if we go back to home and if we take a look at recently launched products, then you can see that these are all the approved products that are dynamically fetched. However, but this get approved products function is always cached and it's not going to do us any good. So we just remove this because we want this to be dynamic all the time. Then let's head to the admin page and go to page. In here, this is an async function, and if we take a look, we are calling get all products. Now this could easily be cached because we are trying to get all products and then try to filter the products, so we could simply cache this function for sure. Next, let's take a look at the explore page. This is already cached, which is awesome. The products page. This one is also cached, and we are statically generating and rendering a bunch of routes already as well. If we take a look at page, then this is just a product page. You could continue building it further if you like. And then we have the submit page, which is not a async function. And if you go to product submit form, then this is a client component. Now, if you take a look, if you just look for use client here, there are very few components here that are client components, such as a custom user button, a product explorer. Anything that needs client functionality are all here, whereas rest of them are all server components. If we head over to the lib folder, we have admin actions here, which are just server actions. These are product actions, and we can remove the unused imports here, remove unnecessary console log and comments that we no longer need. For example, we could remove that since we don't need it. And if we go to product select, you can see get featured products is cached, get approved products is not cached. So if we look at where approved products are called, it's simply being called in the explore page, which is cached, but this call itself is not. And if we take a look, this is also being called in the recently launched products as well. So there are two options. Since the explore page is already cached, this function would be cached. However, in this case, it will not be cached and it will be called dynamically. So where it's called is also important. So now let's go ahead and deploy our application. First off, you should give a pat on your back because of all the incredible work you have done via this course. You have not only learned Next.js, but you have also built a full stack application with Next.js, which is incredible. So now let's deploy it. This way you will be able to show it off. So now let's go ahead and set up a GitHub repository so we can push our code there. So let's press new here, and I'm gonna pick me as an owner. In your case, maybe you might be the only owner or you add it to some other GitHub organization. Here, let's call this iBuiltThis. It's taken, so iBuiltThis. Alrighty. So now I'm just gonna say it is public for now, and that's it. Let's just go ahead and create the repository. Now we are going to push an existing repository. Gonna copy this, head over to the terminal and stop the server and paste it. So now you're going to immediately see we're not only adding the remote origin, but we are going to rename the branch and push it. However, before we do, let's go ahead and run the production build. And the command for that is npm run build. This lets you run the production build. So let's just go ahead and run that. And this is exactly what any cloud platform that you choose to deploy your application to is also going to do the same. And now you can already see there are some type errors. So let's go ahead and resolve it. It's saying that property name does not exist on type this errors.name. So now if we head over to our product action, at this point for errors, we are returning a undefined. We just need to make sure we return a undefined wherever we are returning anything. So for example, undefined here and undefined here as well. And now let's do the same here as well. Errors as undefined, errors as undefined, errors as undefined, and so on. And we just need to add another condition that if there are no errors, return empty. Otherwise, let's cast it to this specific record, access the field name, and so on. And that's exactly what we are going to do over here and get the field errors by passing in the value. Now let's run the build again. Again, the first step is always to run TypeScript, and then it's going to generate any other errors and look at the page data and so on. And now it's saying that the admin page uncached data was accessed outside of Suspense boundary. And what this means is what we have created is a blocking route. In our admin page, we are calling the database query outside, and what it's trying to say is that basically add a Suspense boundary here. So let's go ahead and do so. Let's go to the admin page inside the app directory, admin page, for example, basically add a Suspense boundary wrapper here. So what we could do is create a layout inside of admin and then pass the children, but at the same time, now pass a Suspense boundary and a fallback UI. So it says loading admin. Now let's go ahead and run the build again, because that's going to create a wrapper Suspense boundary here. Now you can see it has generated the pages. And it has opted into partial pre-rendering, which means it's pre-rendered as static HTML with dynamic server stream content. So you could already see all the pages that are partially pre-rendered. At the same time, which pages are statically pre-rendered, because if you see /product /parity ticket /proofy bubble and 8 more paths here, all of them are pre-rendered static. And what this means is when we go to product, slug, and page, this is a dynamic route. And remember, we said here that get all the featured products and then statically render them. That's exactly what we have done here. So it has pre-generated the HTML for us, so it can just access it right away. Alrighty, so now that we have this, let's head over to our GitHub, copy this, and now commit all the changes and say Next.js build error. Go to the terminal and paste it. There we go. So now it has added the remote and pushed everything. So now if we go back here and refresh the page, you're now going to see Next.js build errors here with 17 commits. Alright, so now that we have done this, let's go to Vercel. If you don't have an account, make sure to sign up. And once you do, let's go ahead and add new. Now, Vercel is an incredible cloud platform which allows us to host our Next.js site for free. We just shipped this, so let's just import it. And in terms of environment variables, we need to add the environment variable. So let's head over to our .env file, copy everything, and paste it here. And the good thing here is you just paste the environment variables and it automatically just creates a new record. And it's going to literally run npm run build. It's going to install all the dependencies for you and so on. Now, there's one more command that we may need for Drizzle, but we'll look at the build error first. So let's go ahead and deploy this application. So now it's deploying our entire application, and It says vulnerable version of Next.js detected. Now let's go ahead and upgrade our application to the latest version. There we go. Perfect. And then we can fix all the issues by auditing and fixing it. So now if we take a look at this, these are the two files. Let's just upgrade the version and push it. There it is. All right. So now if we take a look, it's automatically going to create a new build deployment. iBuiltThis is the app. If we go to deployments, it's building it now. And then it's going to tell us if there are any issues. Again, this is why we ran npm run build locally. And now it's saying module Drizzle kit has no exported member. So now to make sure, let's just go ahead and run npm run build. And now it's giving us an error saying module and Drizzle kit has no exported member. So now we just have to get the latest Drizzle kit. All right, now let's build it. And there we go. So now if we kick off a new build now and push it, let's see what happens. So now if we go here and go to deployments, it's building. And I just want to show you exactly what it takes to build and deploy an application as this course indicates. There's a lot of the times your packages will get outdated. There's some new version that's come up. Suddenly things are not working out. So what do you do then, right? And I want to show you exactly the behind the scenes process of what it takes to deploy an application. A lot of the times, a lot of folks just show the positive, show what's working. However, I want to show you the behind the scenes and what it takes to deploy an app. All right, so looks like the deployment completed, which is awesome. Creating a build cache. And now if we take a look, it's ready. So if we go to the URL, iBuiltThis.vercel.app is ready to go, which is amazing. So now we can go ahead and sign up if you want, or let's verify I'm a human. Just go ahead and sign in here with my account. Then let's press continue. And if we go to explore, you can already see that we can look at all the products here. If we go increment it, we can decrement it as well, and so on, which is amazing. We can go ahead and submit a new product here. So our application is looking really nice. So now if we go and create a brand new product such as TanStack start products and use a slug TanStack, a cool products, some description, website would be tanstack.com and tags is TanStack Next.js SaaS. Let's go ahead and submit it, and boom, there we go. Product submitted successfully. So now if we go to our Clerk admin portal, go to the admin panel, and we have the TanStack start product over here. So let's just go ahead and approve it, and done. The product has been approved. We have it there. So now if I go here, we won't see TanStack start here because this section is cached, remember? But we do see it here because this section includes all the recently launched products and is dynamic. So this just goes to show you the power of Next.js 16, cache components, and dynamic routes as well. If you go to explore, you don't see TanStack here, but if we go and if we search for it, it's not there. But if you search any other products, it's there. So yeah, it's looking really good, and our application is exactly how we would want it. So congratulations, you have successfully deployed your application. Thank you so much for checking out the Next.js 16 course by building and deploying your own application. iBuiltThis, which is basically a platform for creators to showcase their applications. I hope you have learned a lot of Next.js concepts. To continue learning further and take it to the next level, I highly recommend you to check out nextjscourse.dev. It is a comprehensive interactive course that takes your skills that you have learned so far and takes it a step further by showing you and helping you build and deploy 7 production-ready applications. Yes, you heard that right. If you want to check it out, what the lessons are like, you can go through the specific custom course platform I built. I also share what it takes to build and deploy this specific Next.js course platform, and there's a case study here on how I architected it. Now, a lot of students have said that this case study alone makes the price for the course worth it. So I highly recommend you to check it out and level up your Next.js skills. All right. As next steps, if you are interested, then check this video on building and deploying your own Somer AI SaaS video. Make sure to subscribe to my channel because I plan to drop more builds just like this one. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Bye for now.